Good morning, members. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee on the 17th of November. This meeting is being live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please do not repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. User standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required, or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. I'll now ask the clerk to confirm sederant, and I approve the remote participation of members. Tracy, can you confirm the sederant, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. We've currently got 14 members present in total, 8 members present in person at Council HQ, being the Chair, Councillor Barretti, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Howie, Councillor Slater and Councillor Thompson, and 6 members present on Microsoft Teams, being the Vice Chair, Councillor Blake, Councillor Ian Crothers, Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Walters. And Councillor Hislop will join the meeting later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to declare an interest in item 11, interest is such that I will not participate in that particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Good morning, members. Oops, sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare an interest in item number 9, as I had some initial involvement with some of the objectors at the start of the planning case. Thank you, but I will remain in the meeting to listen to proceedings, as my interest is not so great there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Pauline. Any other declarations of interest amongst members? You got any, Tracy?
Sorry.
Keith Walters, please.
Just to on item 10, I know some of the registered speakers. I don't think it's enough for me to lead the meeting.
Thank you, Keith. If there are no other declarations of interest, Tracy.
Sorry, Chair. Councillor Thompson, can I just confirm what your declaration is for item 11 so we can note it for the minute? Thanks.
Yes, of course. I have a business relationship with one of the objectors.
Keith, is that a legacy hand, or do you want to come back in?
No, that's a legacy hand. I'm just trying to get rid of that. Sorry.
Thank you. Tracy, again, please.
Thanks, Chair. I thought it might just be useful to come in under the declarations of interest, Chair, and just reiterate the advice that we normally give. We get quite a lot of members asking for advice around declaration of interest, especially planning committee. So I was just going to confirm that our advice to councillors is always to follow the objective test, which is that would a member of the public with knowledge of the relevant facts reasonably regard the interest as so significant that it is likely to prejudice my decision or discussion in this role as a councillor. And as set out in the code of conduct, it is the councillor's responsibility to make decisions about whether they have to declare an interest or make a judgment as to whether a declaration of interest prevents them from taking part in any discussion or voting. They are the best positioned person to assess your personal circumstances and to judge how these circumstances affect your role as a councillor in regard to a particular matter. They can, of course, seek advice from the appropriate officers or from other sources which may be available to them. In making decisions for which they are personally responsible, they are advised to err on the side of caution. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tracy. I'm sure every member took that to heart. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to say that Councillor Hislop will be joining us later, if that's okay.
Thanks, Andrew. He's already intimated that to Tracy. Aye. Okay, members. Agenda item 3, minute of previous meeting of 12th of October 2022 for approval. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's just to say I'd prefer not to be involved in approving the minutes as I was absent on that occasion at that meeting. I was, what's the word? Excuse me for forgetting, but
Apology, Pauline.
Apologies. Thank you. Thanks, Tracy. I was an apology. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Pauline. Members, is this a true record of the meeting on the 12th of October, and do we approve that?
Happy to approve.
Thank you very much, members. Tracy, can you now outline the procedure to be followed today, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other people will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person, joining remotely via Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. And a copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of our proceedings. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, and the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session, and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Councillor Wood has just reminded me to ask folks to switch their phones off or put them in silent, please, if you intend to remain in the chamber. We move on to agenda item 4, and I'll ask Tracy to confirm who can participate in the decision making of this particular agenda item. So can you confirm who can participate in the determination, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. For this item and the next item, members that can participate are the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor Baretti, Councillor Blake, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Dashbar, Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Giusti, Councillor Hill, Councillor Howie, Councillor Hislop, Councillor McFarlane, Councillor Slater, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Walters.
Thank you, members. So agenda item 4 is an application for alterations, including enlargement of 2 window openings to form double door openings at first floor level with associated balcony area, installation of retractable canopy and glazed screens to form sheltered outdoor seating area, installation of 3 electric vehicle charging points at Mount Stewart Hotel, Portpatrick, Stranraer. Full application, recommendations to refuse, reference number 21/2514/full. Case officer is Iona Brooke, and no Iona is present, but David's going to take us through the images. And members, we are in session, remember.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to reiterate, these next 3 items were all subject to being continued from the August meeting, and were subject to a site visit which took place last Friday, the 11th of November. So I'll run through the slides. And so you've got, for this particular application, it's at the a little washed out on the screen, unfortunately, but at the western end of the Mount Stewart Hotel. Regarding the frontage, the site is located within the conservation area, as you can see from the purple line which shows that. Come back. And this is the plan which shows the area involved. To the front of the building, you've got 2 separate elements. There's the 3 electric vehicle chargers points that you will see on the left-hand side of the plan there. On the front elevation is where the alterations are proposed. That's the existing elevation, the principal elevation, which is the west one. That's the proposed floor plan. So what is involved here is you've got a canopy area at the ground floor level and a balcony going above that with entrance coming in from 2 first floor windows. That's the side elevation, so you can see the balcony projecting there. And that's the elevations of what it would look like. There's an artist visualization which was submitted with the application as well, which shows what the intended appearance would be. Next slide shows what it's like at the moment. So just being able to compare and contrast there, that's what it would look like, where you've got the first floor windows made into effectively patio doors and the balcony, and then canopies running underneath and a glazed structure around the frontage. And that's as is just now. Looking up towards it, and the parking spaces on the right hand side there. Looking the other way around. And a couple of slides just to show it from when we were on site as well. That's looking up towards it from South Crescent, and that's from the South Crescent car park. So it is in quite an elevated position, and you would be able to see the balcony that would be going on there at the first floor level. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, David. Members were in session. Andrew, you weren't present. You didn't participate in this, I don't think, did you? So you can't participate. We're in session at meeting. You weren't present at. 4, 5 and 6 are all the same. Andrew, sorry. Andrew Giusti, please.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I thought you were talking to me there.
Councillor Wood hoped to make an observation or a point, but he didn't attend the last meeting in October, or at least not at the time these items were addressed. August.
Oh, thanks, Chair.
So, do you now wish to speak, or is that just clarifying who I was addressing?
It was both.
Okay, it's your turn then, Andrew Giusti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would suggest that we grant this application. I think that's a good application. I've worked in Portpatrick and I understand the way that the hotel trade and the way that the hospitality trade works there. It is a very windy area in the in the autumn months. I think this would be a good I think this would be a good addition. I think the free electric charging points show that the hotel is trying to be active when it comes to climate change. I feel that it does respect the area. I don't think the glass would be overly intrusive for the building, and I would suggest that we grant this out with policy, Chair.
Okay, I will ask officers to clarify whether or no that is an acceptable proposal. And in the meantime, we'll see if anyone else wants to contribute. Tony Barretti, please. Oh, I've got Keith Walters first. He came up first, Tony. My apologies. Keith and then Tony Barretti. Keith, please.
Sorry, can I just clarify, because I wasn't able to make the site visit? Does that mean I'm not able to contribute, or was it whether I was in the meeting when we originally discussed this?
No, what I intended to do was at the end of these three agenda items, so as not to compromise any debate, I was going to remind members the basis that a site visit is called on. But no, whether or not you attended a site visit does not prevent you from determining this application. If you were content with the information provided by the case officer and I had enough information to allow you to make a determination, then you can determine this application along with every other member who was present at the meeting when the information was first presented, and you're listed as being there. So yes, you can, Keith.
Okay. Right, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, so Tony Barretti, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask Mr. Sutty to put up some of the images again? In the one in particular is the image, the photograph of the car park that was taken. That, I think the one prior to that, David. Going back a bit more, one more. Yeah. No, we'll take it. We'll use that one there, I think, David. Did do the site visit. I'm just concerned that where the three posts or whatever structures are going to be put in for the electric charging points now. At the moment, most cars that are using batteries are slightly bigger than standard cars. Now, I'm just wondering if when they do and put those charging points in and cars are actually charging, on the site plans, it was that the very first three locations were taken. Now, to me, that would mean that if there are cars, in fact, there, other vehicles coming up would have difficulty, because at the time, as we saw, there was a delivery vehicle that effectively took up most of the space on that car parking. And my concern would be what happens if there is an emergency. Chair.
David, I think that would maybe been considered by roads, but do you want to help us with this, or can I want to help us?
Certainly the space is there. I think I'll maybe go back to the plan. They're shown as being, is that the one you were maybe looking for? Sorry. Yes, where you've got the charging points there, they are the ones as you immediately come in. I think they've chosen them because they are the widest point from looking at that. And they are also at a sort of a herringbone angle rather than straight on. So you can't you've got a standard space basically of a parking space. Usually it's 4.8 metres by 2.4 metres, and you're looking for a 6 metre turning aisle is the standard. That covers as many vehicles as you can. You could, and I think, in fact, in the photo there, I think there was, I could be wrong, but it looks something a bit like a Range Rover or Land Rover that's quite a substantial car anyway, so I think you've got sufficient space there it wasn't one of the grounds that we put up for refusal on this one, I have to say.
That's fine, Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, currently we have a proposal by Councillor Giusti that we approve this, and I will look for guidance if he finds a seconder. In the interim, I believe that the case officer has presented us with a case sufficient and strong enough for us to refuse this application on the basis that it will change the complexion of the building completely from what it is currently, and I would move that we go with the officer's recommendation as set out in the papers. Chrissy Hill, please.
I second Andrew Giusti. I mean, looking at the front of the property, I don't feel that the balcony would infringe the character of the property or the building. And the tinted glass would fit with the colour of the original building bricks as well, so I don't feel that it would infringe on it. And if you look at the new building of the house that's to the side of it, you know, that's not actually in character with the conservation area either. So I feel that if we said no to this, it would be unfair. So I second Andrew Giusti. Thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy, and I'll come back to you if indeed there are questions about whether or no that's an acceptable proposal. Councillor Dennerley and then Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Just to put on record that I abstain from approving or rejecting, simply because when I arrived there, the information unfortunately wasn't accessible to me. So I'm unable to make a decision, and I don't feel like it would be fair just on what we've said today to make that decision. So I would like to abstain from that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dennerley. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't think I'm going to be coming in at the correct point of the meeting here, because I'd like to discuss a potential condition following on the back of Councillor Giusti's proposal. So I don't know at which point I can ask David Sutty some questions about the design. Could you just advise me, Chair, please?
We will, well, you might as well, because once if Councillor Giusti has a supporter that and the proposal is found deemed to be acceptable, then we're going to go to a vote or a determination. So yes, I think that Mr. Sutty might be best if he asked that question now.
Thank you very much, Jim. Yeah, thank you, David. It was just, in my opinion, from a visual point of view, because it's a conservation village, and you know, we all know the benefits of Port Patrick and the visual amenities around it. Personally, I feel from a design perspective that the panelling is attractive, but it shouldn't be in smoked glass. I think it should be clear glass, and therefore we can see the attractive stonework of the building. I think the darkened smoked glass does not create a good appearance in a small conservation village. And therefore, if it was possible after the vote to put in a condition, which could come later in the debate, then that is what I would really, really advise doing. I don't know what you would like to say to that. Thank you, David. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sure David will respond, but the plan would be for you to ask Councillor Giusti and Councillor Hill if they were willing to include that particular element in their proposal if it's accepted by a governance. But David will reply to you just to be sure.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's pretty much what you said, because at the moment I've got Councillor Giusti as having put forward a motion which has been seconded by Councillor Hill, who made it clear that the tinted glass would match the building better. So it's almost like a further amendment to that, really, isn't it? Because you've got your motion, you were the amendment.
Yeah.
And then this is a third one.
Yeah, so we can come to that if need be, Pauline, rather than get complicated at the moment. I will definitely come to you at a later date. So currently we have Councillor Giusti and Councillor Hill who have made a proposal, and I put up, I've got Emma Jordan, Vice Chair, sorry. Emma?
Thank you very much, Chair. I would just like to second your amendment to go with the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Emma. Okay, it's probably just coming to summing up now. Laura?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, perhaps I picked them up incorrectly, but when I was noting down what Councillor Giusti said, he was saying that this was as an exception to policy, whereas when I was listening to Councillor Hill, she seemed to be suggesting that she didn't think it was out of place, which was more suggestive that she did not think it was an exception to policy. So I just wanted to clarify, was she actually seconding Councillor Giusti, or was she proposing a separate motion that it was in accordance with policy?
Councillor Hill, can you clarify whether you concur exactly with what Councillor Giusti said, or whether you have a different opinion on what Councillor Giusti initially said, please?
Sorry, I just don't feel that the balcony would infringe the the character of the building, and I don't think that we should refuse this application.
That means you're different from Councillor Giusti, therefore he will have to get a seconder, and so will you, because your views don't concur. So currently there is only one proposal on the table with a seconder. I'll come back to you, Councillor Giusti. I've got Councillor Carruthers now. Unless you want to add. At the moment you've got a proposal, Andrew. Do you want to amend it, change it, or... And I've got Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. So listen to this. My opinion is that subjectively, I don't think that the alterations to the front of this building are going to be a negative impact to the building or to the village. And I think Chrissy is of the same opinion. And that's an opinion. And the belief is that the policy says that it would impact the character of the building. So it's our opinion that it doesn't, and therefore we would put forward that it goes through contrary to policy. And also I'm happy to take on Councillor Drysdale's condition of unsmoked glass.
But according to our legal advisor, you and Councillor Hill are not saying the same thing. Therefore, you need a seconder, and so does Councillor Hill. I've got Councillor Carruthers looking to speak, and then I'll come back to both you and Councillor Hill. But your motions or amendments, whatever it might be, or counter amendments, will fall unless there's a collective opinion, which there currently is not, as far as our legal team understand it. So I'm coming to Councillor Carruthers next. Ian Carruthers, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just on that particular point of clarity, I'm probably more minded in regard. I think Andrew and Councillor Giusti, I should say, and Councillor Hill are come from the same standpoint. I think what we're really discussing in your point now is the competency of the motion, stroke amendments, whatever they may be, but certainly the proposals. So my thoughts are around the competency. Could I get clarity regards that both are competent? Because I do, because I've been outlined by Councillor Hill, I do believe that because of the precedent in that area, there has actually been large dominant buildings being built away beyond what's being proposed here. I feel that rather than it's indicating in 5.1 in the recommendations, page 30, that it's contrary to the policy, it does actually, it meets, it may well be on the boundary of it, but it certainly meets, it does fit within our policy, but that's maybe open to interpretation. But keen to understand from the legal standpoint, the competency and so on of that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Mr. Sutty who will help, and then I'll ask governance. Pardon me if either of these proposals are competent.
Thank you, Chair. If I can try and assist, what we're talking about here really is policy HE2 in Local Development Plan 2 in particular. And this has a requirement the Council will need to be satisfied that new development, as well as alterations, which is applicable here, or other redevelopment of buildings, will preserve or enhance the character and appearance and setting of the conservation area through appropriate design, general scale, massing and arrangement, use of materials and detailing of such development, and, it's not an or, and, the quality of views within, from and into the conservation area will be maintained or enhanced. The professional opinion here is that that is not the case, because you have got, at the moment, have been a number of alterations to this building in the past, but the principal elevation, the west elevation at the moment, is relatively untouched. This would be really subsuming it to match in with the extensions at the side. So that would, in our opinion, have an effect on the character and appearance of the building. And it's certainly not going to be enhancing or preserving, in our opinion. So I think it would have to be an exception to policy. And I would like to hear what the grounds would be for it being an exception to policy. All I've got so far is that it's a windy area, so this will assist. And electric vehicle charging would help with climate change. Well, there was no issue, there was no recommendation for refusal about the charging points. It's the usual story where you've got one application, so you have to, it's all or nothing with all the elements of it, but there is no issue from an officer perspective with the EV charging. So really what I would like to hear is why there are considered to be grounds to make an exception to policy on this.
So go back to Andrew Giusti and then Cressy Hill and ask them to explain why there should be an exception to policy. And as David said, there is no need to include the electric charging point. That would be authorised or approved anyway. Andrew first, and then Cressy, please.
Chair, has Ian Crawls got his hand in before me? Just before we go on.
I presume that was to ask the question that he did ask for clarity, and he's now been given that clarity. And I've asked you to come in, and I'll come back to Ian Carruthers if his hand's still up then.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for that clarification. So Chair, for me, personally, I believe it is within policy, but I know that to get this, to make a competent motion, it'll be said that I need to go for an exception for policy. I don't feel that the recommendations reflect the nature of that application in the sense of 5.1. I don't believe that the proposed balcony and the related alterations will fail to respect the scale and proportion of the character of the building. I don't believe that personally. So my belief is that it will actually sum up the building. We've already got development on the building. I think this is probably quite a natural addition to what's already been done on the building. And I think if we look at the council's wider plan and ambition, we're looking to support small businesses, and we're looking to support tourism in Dumfries and Galloway, and we're looking to support the climate challenge that we face. And that's my point, Chair. I don't know if David can sum that up.
I will see what Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Hill has to say, and then I'll ask governance, because I don't think either a direct I don't believe is a satisfactory alternative proposal to what officers say. I think there has to be some policy context put into this. But Councillor Carruthers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose that the point I was going to make, going back initially just as a comment, I think the house to the left is a beautiful looking house, but it's a significant of a large scale. I actually thought it was a hotel for why it is a beautiful house. In comparison to this, I think that's where I was coming from earlier. So I do believe actually in real terms in this local area, conservation or otherwise, the impact this size of this scale would have and how it would negatively reflect in the local area is negligible, but that's my own personal view. The economic business case was set out quite clearly by the applicants last time at our last meeting, Chair, and that's where I felt I could support this, because the level of investment, the economic business case was put forward. So we're under economic development. I think Councillor Justice already touched on that. If we're making an exception, which is what's being proposed today, I think the economic benefit to there outweighs the negative impacts that this would potentially have. Hopefully that'll help David advise us as we go forward to a competent motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ian. Councillor Hill, do you want anything to add before I ask governance and legal if the proposed motion or amendment, it is now competent. So Chrissy, you're the last speaker, and then I'll go to my governance and legal advisors.
No, I think to point 5.1, I don't feel that it will adversely affect the character of Port Patrick. And so I agree with what Ian Carruthers has just said and Andrew Giusti. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Drysdale looking to speak.
Thanks, Chair. I know you said we were finished, but I'd just like to point out that I would agree with the fellow councillors on the competency of the motion with regards to HE2. Should we be able to condition it? But my view is that the standard and views from the property will actually be enhanced because all the people that to sit outside in inclement weather that wouldn't normally have been able to sit outside will have an enhanced view. So that is just one point I'd like to make with regards to this case, but obviously it depends on how the debate goes. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I will say is we're talking about the property, not who will enjoy the view from it, and it's the change in the appearance of a property contained within the conservation area, not what someone might enjoy as a consequence of change. But I'm going to ask governance and legal whether or no this proposal is competent, and if it is, we'll go to a vote.
Thanks, Chair. I think we just have to be clear on the wording that we're using. A few members have said that they don't believe it has an adverse effect, which would result in them saying that it does comply with policy. So taking it back to what David said, if it's a motion to approve because they believe that it doesn't have an adverse effect, we'd have to give justifiable reasons to why it does comply within our own policies. Otherwise, they're going down the route of that they want to approve it as an exception to policy because the following reasons, which the members will provide, whether it's around tourism, etc., because that will outweigh the negative effects that it will have on the conservation area as set out in the recommendation. So I hope that helps in formalising the wording.
And unfortunately, David's not in a position to write the proposal for you because he's clearly supporting the officer's view in this. But I'll ask Laura if she can offer further advice, and then hopefully that will allow you the opportunity to formulate a proposal that meets with governance in terms of the acceptability of that proposal. Laura?
Thank you, Chair, and apologies if it appears that I'm being a pedantic lawyer about this, but it's very important. When we look at the legislation that we operate under, it clearly says in section 25 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act that our decisions should be made in accordance with our development plan. And if we are going to go against our development plan, we have to have clear material considerations. And that is why I am wanting to be quite clear on this as to whether we are saying that it is in accordance with the plan in the interpretation of the councillors that have spoken in support of this, or if we're saying that this is a departure, because I'm still concerned with some of the language that's being used about it not adversely affecting the character or the views from it. We need to be absolutely clear if we are saying that this is against or in accordance with our policy, and if we're saying it is against, then we must have clear material considerations that we're putting down as our reasons for going against our adopted policy.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, I've got Councillor Carruthers wanting to come back in.
Thanks very much, Chair, and taking that advice into consideration. So the question, the point that was put earlier was the interpretation from a professional planning officer compared to the interpretation of a lay, to a degree, you could say, a councillor planning person. So, Laura, I think what's been said from the members is they may have a different view in regards to the interpretation of the policy in regards to the professional planning officer, but what David was saying earlier, I think we maybe need to get that clarified, is that no, the professional view of the planner overrides the councillor's view. We need to understand if that's the case, and if that's the case, then they felt it could justify an exception to policy. In that case, and I made it quite clear from my perspective, if that is the case, it's because of the economic business case that was set out at the time. of the last application, relating back to what Clerk Tracy just outlined, tourism, so on and so forth. Thank you.
I'll ask David to come in, but I'll remind everybody, these are no officers' policies. These are policies that you or other colleagues, either now or in the past, set up to ensure that we managed how our communities and our conservation areas evolve. So they're our policies, and council officers are simply applying them to the best of their ability and the way they're interpreted. David, do you want to come back in terms of what Ian had to say?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm afraid
Chair, just to come back to, sorry, David, just to come back on that. Chair, if you're saying that, you would imagine that then the councils would have precedent in regards to how the policies are being interpreted, but more than happy to take on David's advice and take that advice. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. David has got to come in now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid been with this council for so long that I can remember this coming up in the past, in the days of James Maguire-Smith, who was the monitoring officer back then. And his report went to, I think it was a full council meeting in the end, where it was basically, it was for officers to provide the professional interpretation of the council's development plan. Members were at liberty to take a different view to the officers' recommendations by putting different weight on it. But it's really for officers to interpret, because we deal with, don't forget, only 5% of applications come before yourselves, so 95% of applications are being hopefully consistently interpreted by officers under delegated powers. So my professional opinion here is that this is contrary to policy HE2, because I cannot, in all honesty, say it's going to be preserving or enhancing the character of it because of the scale of the extension on the principal elevation. However, what I did hear from Councillor Carruthers, as opposed to perhaps maybe Councillor Giusti, is the issue about the element of the business and industry and the tourism. So if members are minded to say, well, okay, we accept it is going to be contrary to policy, but we're giving greater weight to policies ED1 and ED9, then that, I think, would be competent grounds, because you're basically giving greater weight to one policy over another.
Okay, so it would appear there's a way forward. I see Andrew Giusti get his hand up. So Andrew, if that's what you want to put forward as a case, and if Chrissy Hill is content now to support you in that, then that's fine, or Councillor Carruthers. And there's the peripheral issue about the colour of the glass that Councillor Drysdale has raised, that she wants the proposers to consider. So I'll go to Andrew Giusti first and see if he's got a seconder from Chrissy Hill and what the language will be that's being presented to members. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to go with what was discussed there. I was my original hand was actually to back up what Ian was asking just a minute ago. But I was looking for some legal counsel on that, on whose opinion, when it comes to interpreting policy, comes precedent. Could we have an answer from Laura on that one, please?
Thank you, Councillor Giusti, but I would defer to David there. I think he already provided the answer with the previous report from a previous monitoring officer, where it said that the job of interpreting council policy rests with officers, but there can be, members can decide to put different weights in different policies, but it is the officers who interpret them. Thank you.
So Andrew, do you have a proposal?
Thanks, John. Well, based on that advice, I would propose that the balcony and the alterations do not disrespect the scale, proportions, and essence of character of the original building. I think they'll enhance the building, and I would suggest that we grant this application based on it being in accordance with policy, because it will enhance the building.
That won't happen, Andrew. That's not competent according to my governance advice. You've already been given advice that tourism and local economy may, but that certainly won't. But just to clarify that, because I'm also conscious now that we've used up a lot of time trying to get to a situation where there is a way forward. And if you don't want to accept that, then we'll have to just refuse to accept an alternative proposal on the policy it doesn't, on the basis that it is not competent, and move on. Who wants to just give Andrew advice? Is it Laura or Tracy? Laura.
Councillor Geesty, if I can assist you, what Mr Sutty was advising was that if you look at policy HE2, I don't know whether it would be helpful for me to share my screen so we can actually have the wording of that policy in front of you. If you bear with me a moment, please. Hopefully you can see that. I'll zoom in a bit so it's a bit larger for you. Sorry. The troublesome paragraph for what you're suggesting is the second last one here, where it says, where redevelopment of the site is proposed prior to granting consent for demolition, the council must be satisfied that the proposals for the new building will protect or enhance the appearance of the conservation area.
This is alterations. It's
alterations.
Not for demolition.
And it's because what is being said is that it cannot be seen to be enhancing or protecting a conservation area. And so it cannot be seen to be in accordance with policy HE2. But what Mr Sutty was advising you was that in discussions it has been highlighted that the need for business in the area, policies ED1 and ED9 could be looked to for support. So instead what you could say is that you accept that it's contrary to policy HE2, but that policies ED1 and ED9 are to be given greater weight. And that would then pass the material considerations test that I was talking about.
Thanks very much, Laura, and thanks for sharing that. Andrew, last chance saloon. We might have lost Councillor Juicy, so Councillor...
Oh,
no,
sorry,
you're
can
there,
you hear
okay.
me? So I'm happy to go with that suggestion from Laura. I'm happy to go with that. Thank you.
Fine, but it's no suggestion from Laura. Laura has given you guidance in what you might want to say on setting out your reasons for agreeing with the applicant against the officer's recommendation. So it's your proposal, not a recommendation from Laura. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Justy's proposal that we approve this application on the basis of a exception to policy on ED1 and ED9? Pauline Drysdale, please.
I'm happy to come in, Chair, but I noticed Ian Carruthers' hand was up before me and has been up for some time. So could you just check that's not a hand that was up, Councillor Carruthers, from before? Because I don't want to come in front of him unnecessarily. Just check that first, thanks.
I think Councillor Carruthers just wants to speak again and he just left his hand up, and it's sometimes difficult to take them up and down, but I'll come to him at the end because he's been very helpful. But the proposals have come from Andy Giusti and Chrissy Hill. So, and your input was primarily around the colour of the glass, and I realise we'll have to speak to Councillor Giusti and his seconder or Chrissy Hill's alternative proposal before we go to the vote. So if you're happy to contain yourself for just a minute, we've got a proposal from Andy Giusti, as far as I understand it, that says it's an exceptions policy in the case of ED1 and ED9 and give her greater weight. Aye. David, do you just want to rehearse that?
Yeah, I mean, but basically it is my reading of this is basically the key policy is HE2, and it's considered to be contrary to that policy, but greater weight is being given to policies ED1, business and industry, and ED9 on tourism, because this development would allow enhanced, the commercial side of the building would be enhanced by that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what Andrew has proposed. Chrissy Hill, please, do you want to support that, or do you want to put an alternative proposal up?
After listening to advice, I'd like to support that based on the policy ED1 and ED2 holds more weight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a request from Pauline Drysdale that you two should consider in your proposal that the colour of the glass to be used has to be clear and not smoke, is it, or opaque, or whatever it is. So Andrew Giusti first and then Chrissy Hill, do you want to leave your proposal as it is and as set out by the applicant, or do you want to include the request from Councillor Drysdale that there is a condition added that the glass must be clear? Andrew Giusti first and then Chrissy Hill.
I did cover it earlier on, but just in case the notes haven't been taken, yes, no, I'm happy to take that recommendation and that condition that it's clear glass instead of smoked.
Thank you. Chrissy Hill, are you prepared to agree with that?
Yes, I am, based on what Pauline said regarding the clear glass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Crothers has now removed his hand, so I presume that there's no need for him to contribute further. And we'll just go to the vote. Can you remind the members what the motion and amendment is, Tracy? And then we'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Chair. We've got the condition about the glass, but can I just confirm with the mover and seconder if there is any other conditions that they wish to apply to their motion?
No, thank you, Tracy.
David, I think there were conditions that had been attached in the proposal.
There is a standard condition which now needs to be attached to all planning permissions, which there was a change at the start of October that has a time limit on it. So you'll never have an unconditional planning permission now, but you can take it as read that would be attached.
So Andrew and Chrissy, I presume unless you speak up, you will accept that that's a requirement in law and it will be attached to every planning permission granted.
That's fine.
Thank you. So Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. So the motion proposed by Councillor Giusti, seconded by Councillor Hill, is to approve the application as an exception to policy on the grounds that it is acknowledged that this proposal is contrary to policy HE2. However, in this instance, more weight should be given to policies ED1 and ED9, which is for industry and tourism, with a condition attached that the glass be clear and not smoked. And the amendment proposed by the Chair, seconded by the Vice Chair, is to refuse the application on the grounds as detailed in the report. Chairman?
Amendment.
Vice Chair?
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake? Councillor Crothers?
Motion.
Councillor Dashper?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Abstain.
That's correct, Chair. I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Motion.
Councillor Hill?
Motion.
Councillor Howie? Councillor Slater?
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson?
Amendment.
Councillor Walters?
Amendment.
And Councillor Hislop, I see you're now in the meeting. Would you like to vote on this item?
As I wasn't present for the full debate, I'll abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Blake?
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. I had connection difficulties there. I've had a bit of problem online, so I'll abstain with this one.
Okay, thank you. And the amendment is carried 8 votes to 4 with 3 abstentions. The application is refused as per the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We'll move on to agenda item number 5. Again, this is an agenda item when we are already in session. It's an application for the erection of detached building to the rear containing 3 holiday letting rooms at Mount Stewart Hotel, Portpatrick, Stranraer. The application type's full application, recommendation refuse, reference number 21/2517/full. Case officer is Iona Brooke. Iona is with us, but David will again take us through the images. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Chair. So, same hotel. This is to the rear, the east this time round. And what I've shown there is that's the South Crescent car park, which is the nearest public car park. And you can also see the distance to the hotel, which is some 185 metres, I believe. But it's not on a straight route. You have to go around and up the hill. That's just to show the location of the public car park. When the committee decided to approve the dining room extension on the north elevation in 2016, they did so subject to 2 conditions, and it required the formation of the spaces that you see on this drawing here. So to the rear, there's 9 spaces, one of which I notice now 14 couldn't actually be implemented because there's an area which has got some gas canisters and a palisade fence around it. So basically this proposal will be effectively removing all those spaces to the rear and the delivery area, but only providing 3 spaces, which is actually what's required for the new development as well. So that's what's proposed, so you can see where the 3 spaces are that would be going in. That's an overall plan and the elevations of what it would look like. One thing of note is the bottom elevation there is what would front on to the neighbouring garden, and it is actually quite open and exposed, as we saw on the site visit. This is coming up the hill. That was the former manager's accommodation, which we note is now being used for letting accommodation. And this is the car parking area to the rear. And as you can see there, you're looking straight across to where the buildings would be, is the open space to the open area to the garden ground. So there's a very limited boundary enclosure between the 2 at the moment. And that's looking back down along that Drystone Dyke towards the hotel. And you can see the palisade fence I was talking about, where parking space 14 is meant to be. That's a bit more of a closer view, looking south, and the spaces. Is looking down the hill, and you can see there's double yellow lines which are on that road down, and that's the rather steep road up to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David. And I don't suppose, Tracy, I need to read out the names. We'll all recall that whoever was able to participate in the last agenda item will also participate in this one. So we're in session, members. And again, having been on the site visit, I noted all the constraints and challenges that there might be in developing this site and the overlooking issues. I'd be happy to move that we go with the officer's recommendation. Again, Iona has presented a fair and reasonable report for our consideration. There doesn't seem to be any alternative view. And if that's the case, be unanimous decision of the committee. Oh, Councillor Dennerley.
Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Just again, it's just for the record, it would be to abstain for the same reasons as the last one. I know you mentioned that, but I just want to make sure it's on the record that I will be abstaining. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dennerley. Thank you. Okay, it's not unanimous. Councillor Dennerley has abstained from decision making, and the remainder of the members of the committee have agreed to go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you, members. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to refuse the application as detailed in the report.
Move on to agenda item 6, and I presume again all members that determined this will be the same as determined the other two. Is that right, Tracy? Or just you confirm it, please, and then we'll know.
Yeah, Chair, there's just, I think, one difference, but I'll read them out again. Chair, Vice Chair, Councillor Beretti, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Dashbar, Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Hill, Councillor Howie, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Slater, and Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Tracy. So agenda item 6, an application for the erection of dwelling house at land adjacent to Haven Lodge, Stairhaven. It's a planning permission in principle. Recommendations to refuse. Reference number 22/096 22/096/PIP. Recommendations to refuse. Iona Brooke was our case officer, and again David will take us through the presentations, and Iona is with us if required. David.
Thank you, Chair. This is actually an instance where I felt a site visit was beneficial because it allowed me to get a better understanding of the context as well. So as a result of seeing that, I don't think the photos that were up before gave a complete image, so I've added in one or two more for clarity. So this is the application site. It is only, as you'll note, a planning permission in principle, so there's no detailed proposals. You can see where an entry point is proposed from the public road, although it is only indicative at this stage, and similarly indicative elevations and floor plans were provided, but they're not binding. So this is taken from within the site, looking towards Stairhaven, and this is looking towards basically where you've got Haven Lodges set down beyond that dry stone dyke. That's looking to the northeast, so the site is actually quite open to the northeast, and you can see there's no obvious defensible boundary within that field. And looking the other way, the only defensible boundary claimed is the watercourse, which is shown here with a post and wire fence around it basically. And after that you can see there's quite a gap across the next field as it carries on. What wasn't clear maybe from the photos that were shown last time there is what a change in level there was at the proposed access site. So that there's really probably a good 1.5 meters from the road up into the site. So a level of engineering operations would be required if the indicative plan was to be implemented. The other thing which wasn't really clear but did become clear on the site visit is, to me who hadn't been to Stairhaven before I have to say, it's just a Stairhaven itself really is a little small building group that runs around the bay. You can't see it until you come around the corner, and the corner is where the application site is, so the small building group is quite well hidden from the site, which I think confirms the recommendation here. This is the edge of the small building group as it's deemed to be, where you've got a change in level that rises up quite considerably to the field, which is the application site, and you've got a dry stone dyke and vegetation around it. So there is a clear break and defensible boundary at the moment, in certainly my opinion and the case officer's opinion. This is a more distant view, so again you can see just where the boundary wall is and the change in levels. So there's a natural break. And this again shows where the properties in Stairhaven run around the coast. They're at a lower level than the application site. So there's an element of the small building group being contained in and around that coastal area, and this will be introducing something different to what's been there before. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David, and again we're in session, members, and having attended the site visit, I completely concur with the description that David has provided. the property would sit in a hugely elevated position and would dominate the whole approach to Stairhaven, which is sheltered and relatively secluded at the moment, and I would certainly support our case officer's recommendation. And that would be my proposal, members. John Dennerley. John, please.
Hello, thank you very much, Chair. I also visited that site and we had a look around, and I definitely support the Chair and David's recommendations and concerns of the height. It isn't appropriate in comparison to the other buildings that currently exist, and I fully support your decision there.
Thank you very much, John. So if there are no other members, no alternative proposals, we will go with the officer's recommendation. John, do you or your interpreters, would you like a 5-minute break at this juncture?
I think we're quite happy to carry on because the interpreters are taking regular 15-minute breaks as they swap between each other. Well, thank you for asking.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you. So just confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy.
Chair, members have agreed to refuse the application on the grounds detailed in the report.
Thank you. Members, we move on to agenda item number 7. Has Councillor Wood left completely, or did he just leave because there were 3 agenda items that he wasn't able to participate in?
He'll join on Teams.
He'll join on Teams, all right, okay. Well, hopefully he'll be with us. So agenda item 7, an application for the installation of energy generating station comprising ground-mounted photovoltaic solar arrays, 37.9 megawatts, and battery-based electricity storage containers, together with substation, inverter and transformer stations, site accesses, internal access tracks, security fencing and CCTV cameras, grid connection cable, landscaping and associated works at land at Jockstown Farm near Creeka, Annan. This is a full application, reference number 21/2491/full. The recommendation approved subject to conditions, and the case officer is Andrew Robinson. Andrew, just take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you've mentioned, this is an application for a large solar farm, and it's on agricultural land situated effectively stretching to the south of Jockstown Farm, which is situated near Creeka and Chapel Cross Power Station. And on the slide, I've also annotated other surrounding roads. The site itself is situated on the northwestern side of the B722, where the site is accessed from. So the proposal itself is for solar panels to be sited in 14 different field compartments, as you can see on the slide there. The elements of the proposal are listed in paragraph 1.4 of the committee report, but just to quickly explain where some of these elements are for the infrastructure. So the battery storage is to be situated in field 9, which is, I can't quite get that to work, but it's situated in the southern part of the application site. And the construction compound is annotated in red on the plan, in the middle of the plan there, next to field compartment 9, and there are 8 inverter stations that would be scattered around the application site, and there's another plan coming up in a bit that will show you that. So to give a better perspective of the site, this is a 3D model, and I've annotated various features on the slide showing surrounding properties. This is taken in a south to north orientation, so you can see the site access is on the right hand side there from the B722. Jockstown Farm is in the northern part of the site, and the site extends to the south of the host farm, and Alalea is an adjoining property which contains an agricultural haulage business within it, and the proposal will surround that property. The proposal also includes an underground cable that will connect into the Chapel Cross site, which is a key reason for why this site has been chosen. This shows the site access arrangements, which are provisional at this stage because our roads officers have advised that there will be an upgrade required to the access, and that's been included as one of the proposed conditions. This shows the elevations of the solar panels. And in terms of the infrastructure, this is the site compound, which will be for the construction phase of the development. So it will include parking and staff welfare facilities. And in the bottom right-hand corner of that slide shows the layout of the battery storage, which will also contain some other infrastructure features as well. And you'll note there's also provision being made to allow for turning space within that part of the site for vehicles. This shows the infrastructure in the site, so you can see where the inverter stations would be proposed to be dotted around the site. The only one that is subject to change by condition is the inverter station that's being proposed in the site access, where officers are recommending that an alternative location is sought to try and reduce landscape and visual impacts of the structure in that particular position. This is the site sections through the site. So the top section is looking through the battery storage facility. It's looking northeast. The bottom cross section is actually taken looking southwest through field compartment 14 and the site access. So the road on the left-hand side is the B722. So it's looking through the northeastern section of the site effectively. Moving on to the next slide is looking through field compartments 13 and 14 and the site access. So again, that's taken looking north through the northeastern corner of the site. And the bottom slide is looking east from the middle of the site, roughly where the site compound is proposed. This is a drawing of the inverter stations that would be dotted around the site. And this is the plan of the DNO substation and control room. And this is the layout of the battery storage compound, where there is a total of 12 battery units proposed. This is the landscape plan of the site, and I appreciate that the text is too difficult to read on the slide, but this is effectively the plans that paragraphs 4.37 and 4.38 of the committee report are referring to. And essentially, you can see where the thicker black lines are on the plan. That's effectively showing where additional native planting is proposed to field boundaries to try and strengthen those boundaries. And the landscape architect has illustrated areas where further planting is required. This is the, that's gone too far, sorry. This is the northeastern corner of the site. Again, similar plans showing where areas where additional planting is proposed. And this is the southern part of the site. This shows the landscape character areas. So the site is situated entirely within the coastal plateau landscape character type, and it is also in close proximity to adjoining landscape character areas. So the next few slides I'm going to show you are actually photographs from the application site. So this is looking over field compartment 14. This is the field that's closest to the B722. So you can see it is just agricultural land at the moment. This is looking over field compartments 12 and 11 towards Dumbretton Farm, which is an adjoining farm to the north of the site. This is looking over field compartments 12 and 14, and just in the distance where the land levels rise is towards Creeker. This is looking north over field compartment 13, and Jockstown Farm is situated just behind the tree planting. So this is actually taken from the access road leading towards Alalia. This is taken over field compartment 10, looking towards Jockstown, and this is actually to the rear of Alalia. This is looking northwest towards compartments 3 and 4. which is actually divided by the electric the wooden pylon line there. And this is looking north over field compartment 4 as well. This is the boundary between Alalea and the application site. So you can see there's an access track there, and that actually leads down to the southern section of the site. This is again looking over field compartments 3 and 4. And we're now moving towards the south of the site. So this is taking effectively where the construction compound is proposed and looking towards Alalea. And this is looking southwest over field compartment 6. And that's looking to over field compartments 7 and 9 towards Course Hill Quarry. And this is the haulage large at Alalea, which is adjoining the site. So this is looking west, effectively towards where the construction compound is proposed. And that's looking east, and the dwelling house at Alalea is behind that building. And this is looking north towards the site. That is the property at Alalea, which has a south westerly facing outlook, and that's effectively the view. It's taken beside the property, but it's looking towards field compartment 7. So moving on to the viewpoints of this proposal, this shows there's been 12 viewpoints that have been included in the landscape and visual assessment that was submitted with this application, and I'll just show you through a few of these. So viewpoint 1 is taken to the southeast of the site. It's actually taken from a cluster of properties around Johnston Lees. So this is a site photograph looking towards the application site. This is taken from next to the property looking towards effective field compartments 13 and 14. And these are the visuals, and I've tried to highlight where the solar panels are showing on these plans. So on all of these slides, the top slide is showing the existing photograph, and the bottom slide is showing the photo montage. So this is viewpoint 1. Moving on for viewpoint 2, this is from a similar location, but actually beside field compartments 13 and 14. So this is looking east towards the site. And you can just see a little bit more on this slide, the appearance of the proposal on the bottom of the slide there. This is taken on exactly the same site, but just looking slightly further to the east. And again, you can see the photo montage on the bottom there. Viewpoint 3 is taken from the C44A road, which actually connects onto the B722 just to the northwest of Creeker. And that's how the proposal would be viewed from that particular viewpoint. Viewpoint 4 is taken from Dunbretton Farm, which is an adjoining farm to the north of the site. So this is looking towards the site from there, and the accompanying viewpoint. And just panning to the right from the same position. And you can see there the photo montage. Viewpoint 5 is taken from the entrance to Course Hill Quarry entrance, which is just further along the B722 to the southwest of the site. And the view of the solar panels from here is actually quite limited due to existing screening of the hedge planting to field boundaries. Moving on to viewpoint 6, this is taken from the northern edge of Creeker, so the land has elevated a little bit more here, so you will see more of the proposal. There is I've taken that showing that there is actually a receptor at this particular viewpoint looking towards the application site. And this is looking towards the site. And that would be the view of the proposal from this particular location. The next two viewpoints are actually taken from the north of the site. So this is taken from a property called Willowbank, which is just situated on the southern side of the C49A road. So this is taken from the side element of that the garden of that property. And you will see the proposal on the right-hand side of that photo montage. And the final viewpoint is taken from a Brownmoor, which actually is a farm that's just situated to the north of the previous one, and it's elevated slightly. I've taken this from the garden ground, so that's what's looking towards the application site. The viewpoint itself is taken from the access track, which is serving that property. And that's where the location of the site would be in respect to this property. This is taken from another location on the C49A road on the approach to those properties, but actually the site, it would not be visible from this particular viewpoint. So in conclusion, the proposal would result in a large renewable energy generating station where it's considered that the effects, whilst they would exist, have been on the whole considered to be largely limited. And as a result of the detailed assessment in the report before you, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions stated. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andrew, and thanks for your comprehensive report. I've got Councillor. Now, this is questions for case officer at the moment, David. So, questions for our case officer, David Slater, please. Put your mic on.
Are the panels movable panels? What I mean, do they track the sun, or are they all static panels? The other thing is, as regards, is there any ground maintenance below the panels, or just it's just left to whatever, you know, nobody does any ground maintenance? And how do they clean the panels cleaned as well? That's really the questions.
Thanks for that, David. Andrew, please.
Thank you, Chair. If the applicant wants to correct me when they come to speak, I think that they're static panels, but if I'm wrong on that, then I'll happily be corrected by the applicant after. I appreciate that they're speaking afterwards. In terms of ground maintenance, the supporting information actually states that it would be allowed, livestock would still be allowed to graze on the site. So there's like a natural maintenance there. That's effectively it would be allowed for sheep to graze between the panels. And in terms of cleaning of the panels, I'm not sure. That doesn't form part of the submission, so I can't advise on what the proposals are for cleaning the panels, I'm afraid.
Thanks, David. You'll get the opportunity because the applicant's agent will be coming to the table just after we finish this particular session with our case officer. Any other questions for our case officer, Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Fully agree with what the case officer has done. I think the only question I would like is under the environmental impact assessment and visual impact. What isn't clear is whether the panels have got they're in a silver frame or they would be in a black frame. I would personally like to see a black frame because that has less of a visual impact. If you're looking at a distance, it can actually have, it can be visible if you see a silver frame.
Thanks, Tony. And again, if Andrew doesn't know, the applicant or applicant's agent will be able to tell us.
I don't think it formed part of the submission, or it wasn't on the elevation drawings from my knowledge. So I don't know the answer to that question, whether they're silver or black, but if it was something that you wanted further details on, there is an option to seek that by a condition.
Tony?
Yes, I think so. Perception of people is when they look at a distance, the first thing they see is the silver, they don't see the frame. And from experience, when you're looking at a distance and you see black, you see much less, and therefore it's less visual impact. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and that's something we'll either take up with the applicant agent or we can, as Andrew says, condition it. So thanks for that. Any other questions for Andrew? And I don't see anyone else online looking to have a question. So, Andrew, thanks for your presentation. We have the applicant, Matthew Bailey, here in person. Matthew, would you like to come forward, please? And if you're not able to provide any of the information that's been requested at the moment, maybe you could ensure officers get that so they can share it with our members. So you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and after that we'll come round to whether or no members have questions directly for you or not. Whenever you're ready, I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion so that everybody gets the same opportunity and the same amount of time. So whenever you're ready, Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Bailey. I'm an Associate Director and Head of Planning here at Green Energy International, and I'd like to take this opportunity to talk to you about some of the elements of the development that you might not already know. So firstly, let me tell you what we're planning. The scheme is a ground-mounted solar farm which will occupy 60 hectares of land. However, less than 1/3 of that will actually be equipment. The majority of it is grassland which will be grazed by sheep for years to come. With 37.9 megawatts of solar and 12.1 megawatts of battery storage, the scheme would power the whole of Annan for the next 40 years, or 17% of Dumfries and Galloway. Like many local authorities, Dumfries and Galloway is crying out for positive change, and a solar farm like this could be the catalyst. Cheaper, greener air power drives new business to relocate, and concepts such as data centres, agri-greenhouses, vertical towers, and warehousing and distribution can be attracted. Here in Scotland, you've shown unfaltering determination embracing the construction of wind turbines, hydroelectric schemes and tidal power on an unprecedented scale. Solar sits quietly in the background, generating electricity while the natural environment lies fallow. Together, these renewable sources are piecing together the jigsaw of a diverse and carbon neutral future. So you might ask, how are we doing this? Over the last 3 years, we've built good relationships with landowners and local residents, securing the most suitable piece of land for a development like this. We've been working with Scottish Power and working with statutory consultees and the planning office to provide the opportunity that you see before you today. We've been working closely with the team at Magnox at Chapel Cross to keep the power produced by the solar farm here in Annan, by serving local industry, by running a private wire from the solar farm directly into the power station guarantees that the energy produced stays here in Scotland. Through meetings with the Scottish Southern Enterprise team, it's been great to see the focus on socio-economic regeneration, bringing new businesses and creating employment opportunities which will lead to long-term career prospects for local people. But most importantly, why are we doing this? Well, where do we start? We've seen a turbulent couple of years, first pandemic in our country since the outbreak of influenza in 1918. The devastating wars broken out in Ukraine, which has seen untold death and destruction on the ground. However, the ramifications have seen economic tidal wave throughout Western Europe. The UK imports about 50% of its gas from international markets. Gas is also used as a fuel for 1/3 of the UK's electrical generation. So rising gas prices have in turn led to rising electricity prices. As a country, we're now facing an electrical crisis with the cost of electricity soaring, and this in turn has had reaching effects for each and every one of us. In all of this time, throughout the climate emergency, it seems we've took a back step on the climate elements. On the 19th of January 22, the UK recorded temperatures in excess of 40.3 degrees C, the highest ever on record in the UK. In 25 years, London could run out of water, and the UK's rivers could lose more than half of their water by 2050, as cities around the world are facing the risks of climate change. The Arctic is experiencing its most dramatic temperature rise in the world, and as a result, Iceland could be iceless by the year 2200. Over the last 200 years, humans have proven that we can change the climate, and we've changed it for the worse. A doomsday future is not inevitable, but without immediate drastic action, the prospects are poor. There are no simple answers to the environmental crisis the planet faces, but we have to do something. There are no quick fixes to the energy security situation the country finds itself in, but together we have to try. The world is still changing, global warming is here to stay, and we have to adapt. Our best chance to save the planet was a generation ago. Our second best chance is now. So as you make this decision today, please keep in mind that it will be the next generation who will have to live with the consequences for far longer than the rest of us. And just going back to the questions that you've already asked.
Matthew, if that's your presentation concluded, you'll have as much time as you want to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure.
Is your presentation concluded?
It is, yes.
Thank you. In that case, we've now got a few questions from David Slater and then one from Councillor Baretti. So, okay. David, please.
Yes, I must admit that we do need more power and we need more solar panels probably. I think that, as I asked before, I asked some questions to your colleague there about what happens to the land underneath, things like that, but that question's been answered, so it has. I feel that this is maybe more of a statement, but a number of councils now are buying land to do what you're going to do, and sometimes they're buying land out with their area, and they're also hiring roofs of large buildings to rent the building from the company to get the electricity. So I would think anything like this is probably a good idea, but one thing I would point out, sometimes this goes to flying birds like geese and that. Sometimes they see the panels and they think it's water that happens sometimes, and they can actually land on themselves. But that's maybe for another day. Okay.
Just whenever you're ready, Matthew.
Oh, sorry, in relation to some of the questions which have already been asked. The solar arrays are static south-facing solar arrays. So they're optimised in a position that will be like the optimal south-facing rooftop at the angle that is optimal for this location. With regards to the ground beneath the solar arrays, it will all be grazed by sheep. That's obviously a secondary income from the farmer's perspective, and it keeps the grass down across the site. There will be some maintenance in the form of going around and using a strimmer to remove thistles and things like that, but generally the sheep do the vast majority of the graft of keeping it down. There'll be no areas of gravel or anything under the solar arrays. It's just built on top of the field as it stands, and in some areas the grass will be improved with wildflower meadow. In terms of cleaning, there's specialist equipment that's been developed over the past 10 to 15 years while solar farms have been on the increase, and they're sort of like special farm machines that can drive alongside the panels with brushes, and they use water to keep the arrays clean. But generally the self-cleaning, as much of the solar panels you would see on top of buildings, people don't go up with a window cleaning ladder to clean them. They're self-cleaning. It's just occasionally for bird mess and things like that.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. I've now got a few members. I have Councillor Barretti, followed by Councillor Dennerley, Carruthers and Hislop. So, Tony, please.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points that have just come out of that. My first and most important was to do with the coloration of the frame of the panels, because generally they're either silver or black. And I would think that in this particular case, to aid visual impact or lessen visual impact, I would like to see black. Second is that regarding potential birds, would you be looking at putting up raptor silhouettes? And the third is, would you be looking at in some areas around the site to allow the areas to go wild and therefore increase the biodiversity, therefore insects, butterflies, bees, which would benefit from the site, because they certainly solar farms do increase biodiversity once they're put in. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. Matthew?
So with regards to the colour of the frames, if the frames themselves underneath the arrays will be either aluminium or steel substructure, you don't see much of that from a distance. The poles are obviously quite narrow, so it would be quite minimal in terms of the bit you would tend to see is the footprint of the solar arrays if you were looking at it. In terms of the around the edge of the panels, that's never something that's been brought up in my experience, and it would probably limit the choice of solar panels that can be bought in that quantity, but it's something we could look into. Happy to take that on board. In terms of your question about birds, there wouldn't be any raptors or anything like that. The birds would be left to utilise the ground as best they already do. There would be no changes in that respect, and that's based on feedback from our ecologists and standard practice on all of the other solar farms we've ever worked on. And there's a biodiversity management plan which sits alongside the application, which allocates areas of wildflower meadow. There's a small area of orchard on there, and there's a lot in terms of wildlife benefits, in terms of log piles, bat boxes and that kind of thing, etc.
Thanks, Matthew. You want to come back, Tony?
Yes, thank you, Chair. To start with, I didn't actually ask for raptors. I said raptor silhouettes, which are a common feature in the likes of Wimbledon, where they do have raptors, but they also have what are silhouettes of raptors, and birds do see them and stay away. The second point, I think, is that as the main manufacturing companies, which are virtually all Chinese anyway, do both an equal quantity of silver and black, and they don't cost any different because they're bulk volumes. Therefore, they're the same price, and I don't see that as an issue, Chair.
We can, well, I take it, do you want to respond, Matthew, because we can discuss whether or no we can condition such a thing at the end of the debate, but in terms of the raptors thing?
There's no mitigation or anything to try and deter birds or anything like that. It's just they're encouraged to use the land as they already do.
Thanks, Matthew. I have Councillor Dennerley, please. John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you for all the information you managed and the summary that you managed to give. It's a very, very positive future and a great impact on climate change, like you were discussing. And obviously, UK itself, you know, currently we can't be relying on this import of exterior energy. So I just wanted to ask you, why did you choose this specific area? What was the, is it very positive for the use of sun? Is the weather like very conforming to solar panels? And obviously Scotland has a lot of rain and a lot of clouds. So is there something specific about this area that benefits solar energy? Have you looked into the research in terms of the weather and the general ecology of the area?
Thank you. So
how did you decide that?
I think you're still speaking, Matthew.
Oh, sorry.
Carry on, John.
Oh, sorry, just saying. So just to clarify, why did you choose that land specifically?
Thank you, thanks, Matthew.
Okay, thank you. The land was the initial determining factor in where we go to identify land is usually driven by the availability of a grid connection, either into the grid or into a substation. In this instance, there was an identified demand for power within the Chapel Cross substation, so that becomes an option for us to connect into the grid. So you can't just go and put solar farms anywhere and assume that they connect to the grid. So that's essentially the reason we looked in this particular area. And there's a report that sits alongside the application which explains how we looked at alternative farms. Obviously, you've got to get a landowner that's interested, and you've got all the ecological and environmental constraints to the land, and this was just the optimal one which works in this position. And we're looking at things like visual impact, archaeology and things like that. So really it was the substation at Chapel Cross that was the magnet for the solar farm in itself, and it's subsequently become clear that there's future development plans on the Chapel Cross site, and Chapel Cross itself through the decommissioning process are going to be using a lot of power, and it may be that as an additional application we put in a short length of cable to allow the decommissioning process to use the electricity from the solar farm, but that would be out of this application.
Thank you. That satisfied, John?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. And it's very, very important, you know, talking about the impact of its visual. And it's great to see that, you know, solar energy has such a lower impact on its visual view compared to solar energy. Wind energy. So hopefully you have a successful future. And thank you very much for that clarification.
Thanks very much, John. Councillor Carruthers, Ian, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is about consultation and potential community benefits. So it talks within the report that community benefits is not a material consideration, but I just wondered what it does describe some of the benefits that are there, social and economic. But I just wonder if that could be expanded on. And as far as the consultation is concerned, Creek is the closest settlement that was outlined. We've seen some viewpoints as part of the photo montage earlier on, some from Creek. So it looks directly onto this. What level of consultation took place with Creek itself as a settlement, and what response did you get? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ian. You'll know, I'm sure, we don't discuss community benefit with the developers, but I'm sure the developer, Matthew may want to make a point, but it's no part of the planning process. Matthew, sorry, I was just making sure the legislation, I was repeating the right part of the legislation.
Okay, thank you. In regards to community benefit, it was something that we've discussed with many of the local residents, and I'll come on to that process in a moment. There is obviously some money within the pot for community benefit, and we are looking at assisting with a playground with some money that one of the local villages are trying to raise money for. We are open and open to talk about how we can utilise that money, and it's there. With regards to the consultation process, we outlined all the properties within 2 kilometres of the site, and they all received a letter identifying that we were going to do an online and telephone public consultation event, and that was in line with the rules of COVID at the time. So everybody received letters. We had a website, newspaper articles as per all the protocol. We visited, off the back of that, 6 of the most local properties who asked us to go along and have a look at the views from their properties. We discussed it, talked through the proposals, and we left in a position where they were happy with what we're proposing, and there was no objections. There's only been 5 people who've shown support to the proposal. So we feel that the consultation process was all-inclusive, and we've not heard anything otherwise. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Ian, that's so, yeah.
It does, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Councillor Hislop, Ivor, please.
Right, thank you, Chair. It's down to the fact that NE13, food production on arable land, we're now looking at reducing it down to what would equate to 4 or below for the style of land. Now, currently in global warming, food production is also an issue. How do we make sure we have secure food? And we're taking the land out of arable production, I would say, which create between 3 and 4 tonnes of food, of cereals per hectare, or per acre, sorry. And we're moving it into sheep production, which could be somewhere in the region of maybe 1/4 of a tonne to 1/2 a tonne of meat production. We also have the fact that growing plants, we were told, absorb carbon, and now we're seeing that we're putting in animals, which we're told creates carbon. What is the benefit, and can you tell me how much benefit does the solar panels give us over the carbon that the animals will create?
Matthew?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in terms of the land grade, the vast majority of the site is within suitable grade 4. 3.2 land here in Dumfries and Galloway, unlike the majority of Scotland, has been classified as prime land, and there's been a report done to show justification for the use of that. I think it's about 40% of the land is classed as the better here in Dumfries and Galloway. The landowner has expressed their opinions on that. They really struggle to farm that land in the winter, and they bring in food to feed the animals which currently graze the site. The site is used for grazing and has been for at least 30 years, and they also get subsidies to help with that because it's just not particularly good land. There's obviously a balance in the greater scheme with solar farms and food, but statistically the footprint of if we went for all of our targets for solar farms and it was all built, it would be a fraction of the amount of agricultural land which we actually have in the country. So it's not going to make a huge difference to the total amount of agricultural land. And there are figures to back that up in the application.
Thanks, Matthew. Ivor?
So, Chair, was there any adjacent fields to the 4.1 land that could have been used rather than the 3.2 land? That's my question, because it says, I think in the policy, or I'm paraphrasing maybe, that you should look to use lesser quality land rather than the better quality land. And I was just wondering if there was fields adjacent to the ones that you've picked that we could have used instead.
Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I mean we've spoken with all the adjoining landowners, and obviously one of them is having the cable route put through their land. So you know, the opportunity was there for them, but in reality, the land grade classifications are not the be-all and end-all in how good that land actually is. They're quite generic, and that section of the site isn't actually any better than, it's not like you could put cereal on that one piece of the land just because it's undulates a little bit less than other areas. We've essentially shown through the report that's been done that this is the optimal place for it. And as I say, there's got to be an interest from a landowner in order to put something on their land. So that was the only option we had available. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks, Ivor. Did you want to come back? No?
No, I was just thanking you for letting me ask.
Thanks, Ivor. Pauline Drysdale has not yet spoken, so I've got Pauline, and then David wants to come back in as well. So, Pauline, please.
Oh, my iPad's squint again. Sorry, everyone. Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, Matthew, for the presentation. I just wanted to ask you, I see the lifespan of the equipment is 40 years. Once the equipment is obsolete, what actually happens to it? That's my first question. And the second question, what guarantees can you make that the solar power generated stays within the grid for the people of Annan, or indeed for the people of Dumfries and Galloway? Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Pauline. Okay, so after 40 years, the site will be decommissioned and recycled as is best practice at that moment in time. The panels themselves are showing to have increasingly long lifespans compared to what they were initially forecast to have. So it's likely that they will be taken off and utilised somewhere else, perhaps on rooftops. I can't predict 40 years in the future. All the metals on the site, the aluminium substructure, cabling and things like that will still retain its original value, so that will be removed and recycled. And there is a decommissioning policy and condition in place through the application, which will ensure that happens in 40 years' time. In regards to keeping the energy within the local area, the renewable energy, that practically isn't possible because we're connecting into the substation, and therefore it will just go into the wider network. We are currently, as I say, working with Magnox to try and do something to have that power put directly into the power plant. And after this meeting today, we are actually going to Chapel Cross to be signed up to be able to take people onto the site with relation to the cable route which will go in there. And that's something we're working to do. It would be ideal if that power was kept here at Chapel Cross and they were using the green energy directly at source. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks, Pauline. David Slater, did you want to come back in?
I've left a hand up by mistake.
Right, that's brilliant. Okay, thanks for that, David.
Try to get it to go down.
Okay, so that, I think, oh, you put your hand up again, David.
Oh, sorry.
So I think that concludes.
Try to get it to go down, but it won't.
I've got Tony.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to what Councillor Hislop said, the fields would be growing grass or fodder anyway. What question would, maybe a question which would be different is what displacement of tons of CO2 would the PV system produce so that it's in effect a bonus, because you've got the grass which is absorbing CO2, improving the soil because it's not losing water or being overheated, but you've got the panels which in addition would be producing energy and therefore a reduction in CO2 at other sources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think the payback time for the carbon footprint of the panels is about 3 years. So you're looking at 37 years of positive carbon reduction, if that makes sense. I don't have the figures to hand for the total tons of carbon which it will offset, but that land would already be grazed anyway, so those sheep or cows would already be on that land, so it can only be a positive reduction in carbon over the period of 40 years in total. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Matthew. If there are no other questions for the applicant, thanks very much for being with us, sir, and thanks for your representation and your responses to members. Members were in session. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I'm really pleased this application is coming in to the planning applications in Dumfries and Galloway. Hopefully the first of many to come forward for renewable energy PV application sites. I want to thank the officer for the work that he's done within the application and taking into consideration the full report. I would hope that the committee would actually support the recommendations to support, including the conditions that are actually within the report. And I also hope, Chair, that it kicks the Chapel Cross project in Borderlands right into the next century as well, because at the moment they tend to be dragging their feet, and I'm pleased this has come forward. So happy to support, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Barretti did want a condition that some of the frames of the photovoltaic cells were black. We could condition that, is that right, David?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was looking through all there are a lot of conditions, as you'll have spotted, but I couldn't actually see any condition which was requiring details of the precise arrays and panels to be used. So I'd be quite happy for that to be attached as an additional condition, just requiring details to be submitted. We can condition that it be black if that's what members so require.
If that's what Councillor Dryborough is prepared to include and other members are satisfied with that, then that's what we'll do. But we've now got a number of speakers, I suppose, either looking to either support this or support Councillor Barretti's request. So I've got Councillor Hislop, Howie and Slater in that order. Ivor, please.
Chair, happy to support Councillor Dryborough and his views. I think this is a good thing for the area, and welcome the sort of responses that the applicant gave. And as for the colour, if it's less intrusive black, I would be happy to support that as well.
Thanks very much. That's a motion and a supporter, both with a condition, all the conditions that are attached, plus an additional one requesting that the framework is black. Councillor Howie?
Just again to support, there are occasions around here when we need alternatives to wind. There are times, even in winter, when we are enveloped by high pressure and the wind doesn't blow. So this is a practical response to such conditions. So I support this going through.
Thanks very much, Ian. Very helpful. David Slater, last word.
Yes, I'd just like to support Councillor Archer-Driver.
Thanks very much, David.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. It would appear, if there are no alternative views to the proposal put before members, to go off with recommendation plus one additional condition. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Yes, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report, with the additional condition about the framework being coloured black. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next bit of business, but I have a request for you, members. It's just been brought to my attention that there's a young lady been here a couple of hours and she's got a very small baby.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chair. Councillor Dennerley here. I'm a little bit fatigued at this point. I'm wondering if we could take a 5-minute session. Would that be okay to ask?
Yes and no. I was just going to put a request to members, and hopefully Councillor Dennerley will accede to that request, but if no, I'm happy with 5 minutes. It's just been brought to my attention that a young lady next door has a very small baby. She's been here for 2 hours already, and I wondered if members would be happy to take the agenda item that she wants to become involved in, and then we'll stop for lunch.
Item 9.
It would appear that
Chair, my apologies. I didn't realise that was the case, and I'm more than happy to proceed until then. Thank you for that.
Very kind of Councillor Denley. Everybody else happy to take agenda item 9, and then we'll stop for lunch. So we move on, members, to agenda item 9. Aye. We'll wait until this, and then for anyone that is waiting to participate in the agenda items later, we will have a half-hour break. So if you want to leave now, get a bit of time out. We will stop at the end of this agenda item, however long it takes, and then have half an hour break before we return. Has David just left, or is he away to... Okay, so this lady isn't necessarily need to be with us at the start of this agenda item. Agenda item 9, an application for the siting of 6 glamping pods with associated decked areas, formation of 1 communal decked area, internal path layout, parking / turning area and landscaping, installation of sewage treatment plant, and 1 electric vehicle charging point at Glenlocher House, Glenlocher, Castle Douglas. This is a full application, reference number 21/2515/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Andrew Robinson. So Andrew, would you just take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, the application site is situated in the garden grounds of Glenlocher House, which is situated to the north of the B795 road, northwest of Castle Douglas, as illustrated on the slide there for you. The site itself is situated in the northeastern part of the garden ground, and the full extent of the land ownership of that property is identified in blue. And you can see that in close proximity to the site is the River Dee, and Glenlocher itself is located on the western side of the river. This is the proposed site plan. So the proposal itself is for the siting of 6 glamping pods, which is the square figures shown on the plan on the slide. And other aspects of the site layout would include parking for 7 cars, and additional landscaping around the pods, which are indicative at this stage. This is an aerial view of the site, so the proposal will lie within woodland, which is designated as ancient woodland. This shows the proposed elevations and floor plans of the pods. This plan shows the visibility to the B795, and additional plans were sought through the application process on this to overcome some concerns about the visibility that would be available at the access. And this plan has been submitted with further measurements that were taken, and the Council's roads officers consider that appropriate visibility of 2 metres by 215 metres in both directions would exist. And this slide shows the proposed access in more detail. The access track leading into the site would not be altered. The proposal includes drainage into the south of Pod 3, and that is in the form of a waste treatment plant and an underground soakaway. The site is within 2 landscape designations. It's within the very southeastern boundary of the regional scenic area, which is shown in the blue hash line, and it's also within a non-inventory designed landscape, which is identified in pink. And the site itself is surrounded by a scheduled monument, the details of which are in the report, but this slide shows the extent of the scheduled monument surrounding the site, and the site itself next to it, and you can see that it just lies out with that, although there are sections of the existing access which do lie within the designation. So turning to the site photographs, this is the approach to the site from the south. So you can see that Glenlocker House is just on the left of the middle of the slide, and the site itself is at the end of the access track leading off to the right there. This is moving further forward, so this is again looking from the south, and the site would be situated in the area of trees there. This is looking northwest, so this is the host house, which is category B listed. And this is looking towards the front elevation of the house. This is looking towards the northern boundary of the site, taken in the same position but just panning to the northwest. And this is looking to the southwest from the same position. And this is looking towards Loch Kenwith in the site, which is to the northwest. This is the nearest adjoining residential property called Glenlocker Bank, and the application site boundary itself of the land ownership, of Glenlocker House does go up to the eastern wall of that property, as was shown on the slide earlier. This is looking towards the south and the front elevation of Glenlocker House. Oops, one too far. This is looking to the southeast of the site, so this is looking towards the area where the proposed car parking would be in pods 1 and 2. And now this is looking south to the existing access track, so we're now moving away to the front of the site at the B722. So this is the existing track that would serve the site. And this is further to the south, and the property there that's on the slide there is actually the property that's located at the site access, which is within separate ownership. This is the visibility of the site. This was actually taken out with the car, so this is looking west. This is looking west but within the car, and the same but looking east. And then after these were the site photographs that I took, but after the site visit, the applicant had removed a lot of the vegetation to improve visibility from the access. So this is photographs that they have supplied with their submission. These photographs were supplied in July. So this is looking west, and this is looking east. So, in conclusion, it's considered that the proposal would result in a relatively small-scale tourist development that would be well contained in its woodland setting, such that it would complement the natural environment in which it is proposed and would not unduly jeopardise the scenic landscape which local residents and tourists come to appreciate in accordance with LDP2 policy ED9. The proposal would also not conflict with the other policy material considerations as listed in paragraph 4.4 of the committee report, and it's therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Come with questions for case officers, and I have one for you. If you go to page 123 and the report, the application is for siting of 6 glamping pods with associated decked areas, formation of 1 communal decked area. And then if you go to page 141, 4th bullet point down, officers advised that as this did not initially form part of the plans that were subject to public consultation, and noting the objections raised regarding land use conflict and potential for noise, officers advised that this should be omitted from the proposal. It therefore does not form part of the proposed plans. So that's a contradiction, Andrew.
Yes, what's happened during the application is it's noted that the communal deck area it was sought for clarification whether it was actually included in the proposal or not, because it wasn't included on the plans, and the applicant came back to advise that it should have been included on the plans. However, I took the view that even though it was in the description, it wasn't on the plans, and I was a bit concerned really whether residents had the opportunity to comment on that. So it was agreed that it would be taken out. So it hasn't been taken out of the description, and it should. So whatever the recommendation is today, if if members are in agreement to that, that could be taken out of the description before any decision is issued. But it was felt that because that wasn't on the plans, I didn't feel that residents would have been given the opportunity to make comments on that. So I thought best that it shouldn't be included in the proposal.
That's helpful, Andrew. If members get to a position where they might be inclined to support this application, we can condition that decking area should not be included in the proposal. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? David.
Chair, I would suggest really from what Andrew's saying, really that should be deleted from the description. So any decision that you'd be issuing today, approve or refuse, would just omit that phrase about formation of one communal decked area.
So just for clarity, we are asked to consider the siting of 6 glamping pods with associated decked areas, internal path layout, parking, turning area and landscaping, installation of sewage treatment plant and 1 electric vehicle charging point at Glenlocher House, Glenlocher Castle, Douglas. That's what we're being asked to consider today. Right, thank you, Andrew. Thanks for that clarity. Any other questions for our case officer at this stage? In that case, we'll go to representations. We have 4 representatives. We have first Anne McIntyre, an objector. If you'd like to come forward, please. And the usual procedure applies. Just start your presentation whenever you're ready. We will time your presentation. It should last no more than 3 minutes. I'll ask you 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and I'd be grateful if you'd remain in case any of the committee members have questions for you on your presentation. So Anne, just whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My husband and I lived for 22 years at Glenlocher Banks, which is within the estate of the proposed development. I am also representing the views of many of the residents of Glenlocher and Greenlaw area who object this proposal. Despite the wishes and views of the nearby residents, the applicant is continuing with this development. While we acknowledge that Dumfries and Galloway Council are doing an excellent job promoting their tourism strategy, we feel that in the case it is to the detriment of small rural communities and people living directly next to such a development. A Planning Application Committee report has clearly answered all the objections raised, but we question the following 3 decisions. 3.2 impact on amenity. We're deeply concerned that if the planning grants this proposal, it could lead to a cumulative effect of expansion to the site, which has happened in many other sites across the country, resulting in massively extended campsites. Landscape and visual impacts 4.14. Accommodation in a beach woodland with shallow root system is extremely dangerous. Several large trees have fallen in the estate this year alone, blocking roads for days. Sadly, it is a real possibility that holidaymakers could be injured or killed staying in pods under these trees. Land use and conflict of amenity 4.26. No overlooking. Our garden and patio would be directly opposite the proposed site with up to 6 pods full of people milling around the estate, which would very much affect our privacy. The report states that glamping is not in itself an inherently noisy activity. With up to 24 holidaymakers out on decking or on the water from our property, it has a potential to be incredibly noisy. Roads and access, 4.3. The report wrongly states that there would be a negligible increase in traffic. There would potentially be a 200% increase in traffic using the only access point passing Mrs. James Hampson's property. In conclusion, it would be a sad day for small rural communities in Dumfries and Galloway if the committee passed this planning proposal. If the proposal goes ahead, we would like to request that the committee add 2 additional recommendations to be included in the conditions of this proposal. Number 1, to future-proof our property from noise and light pollution, to protect, overlooking and secure the privacy of our property. Screening and planting options were suggested in section 4.27. We feel this should be a mandatory condition of this proposal to secure our future privacy. Number 2, if the applicant chooses to run a commercial activity on a shared road, then that constitutes a change of circumstance. The applicant will gain significant financial benefits from this business, which will degrade the road and making the 3-way split for maintenance wholly unfair. We ask the committee to add a condition that prior to commencement of the proposal, the applicant takes over full responsibility of said road maintenance and upkeep, including all expenses and legal costs, to transfer the burden to the applicant. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Anne. That was just bang on 3 minutes. Thank you.
Was it?
Members, any questions for the objector? Tony Barrett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just on the fact that lighting and what would you be looking for when you say lighting?
There's no statement of how they're going to light it. At the moment, the applicant has a very, very strong security light outside their house, which when it's wind blows, it goes on and off every 2 minutes, all during the night. So we just worry that this is going to be exacerbated if there's going to be glamping plots.
Tony? Thank you. And the only other thing, and I will check with our case officer, but I'm absolutely sure that we cannot condition anyone to take responsibility for private roads. That's certainly not in our remit, and it's something we simply could not do. I don't say that couldn't be done by private arrangement, but we can't condition it. That'd be right, Laura?
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Chair. As this is a private road, while I can understand the point that you're making, that it's not a planning matter and it's not a matter for the road because it's not an adopted road, I'm afraid.
Any other questions for Anne? In that case, thanks very much for your presentation. Our next representative is Jane Hampson. Again, Jane's here in person. Same arrangement. Jane, 3 minutes for your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case others have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready.
Although you suggest that the council has nothing to do with private roads, I would suggest that you perhaps have a moral obligation or even a duty of care not to allow a bad situation to become worse. At the moment, 3 dwellings have caused driveway to deteriorate, and it only will get worse if there are vehicles from 6 more dwellings using it. And I noticed that in the pictures, I think some of the pictures were a bit selective. They don't show how bad the drive has become because of the ingress of water from both sides of the property. At the moment, the present dressing of the road is affected every time there's a downpour of rain. And this is impacting on my property. As well as this, I'd like to support Mrs. McIntyre's statement that the road is quite dangerous at the mouth of the road. Cars coming along the Lauriston Road towards Crossmichael are often driving at speed. There is no speed limit, and when they exit the bridge at Glenlocker. And in summer, it's not unusual to have motorbikes or even youngsters in modified cars racing along the road. Vehicles exiting the mouth of the drive have to be alert and able to react quickly. Although at present there is room for our bins, I feel that more bins could prove a distraction, especially if the bin for the pods is an industrial bin. The traffic on the Lauriston Road is increasing, and with more traffic exiting the driveway and more bins to avoid in the entrance of the driveway, sooner or later there will be an accident. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Jane. Any questions for Jane from a member? Again, thank you very much for your presentation today, Jane. Thank you. We now have a representation from Tom and Sheila Laird, a statement to be read out. And again, we can't discuss this because it's a statement, but it's for your information whenever you're ready, Tracy. And it has to last no more than 3 minutes.
Tom and Sheila Laird, objectors. And loss of privacy. There would be great loss of privacy for the residents of Glenlocker Banks and Glenlocker Lodge, as well as the residents of Glenlocker Village. Safety. The barrage gates at Glenlocker Dam can and do open at any time, day or night. This can be very dangerous as it creates a very strong current, which is extremely unsafe for swimmers and any water sports. Drainage. The underground drainage, septic tank, water pipes, etc. would damage the tree root system for the existing large beech trees. Roman camp. In spite of what Historic Scotland says, it is known and recorded that the camp was the largest Roman settlement in Galloway with a permanent population of 1,000, which increased to 11,000 on occasion. The settlement therefore was considerably larger than a Roman campsite and would include the proposed site of the glamping pause at Glenlocker House. The settlement reached as far as Greenlaw House, and there was a Roman burial ground at Kirkhill Farm on the opposite side of the A713 roadway. Why spoil our heritage for a few glamping pods?
Thanks, Tracy. That concludes the objectors. We now have Lottie Reeves, the applicant, who wishes to appear in person. If somebody could ask, oh, Lottie's here, thank you. Just the same arrangement will apply, Lottie. You will have 3 minutes to make a presentation. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go. And if you'd be kind enough, just in case members have questions, to wait a minute. Thank you, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak about our application to erect glamping units and to increase tourism in the local area. Glenlocker House is first and foremost home to our 3-generation family, with the youngest member being 8 weeks old and the oldest being 72. We've invested a lot of time, money and energy into restoring Glenlocker House to being a family home and have thoroughly enjoyed bringing her back to life after years of being underused. Part of our attraction to her was the garden, and we spend a lot of time outside. We plan to continue enjoying our home and garden year-round, and we've designed the units as well as the business so that they don't impact on our family life. Our target market is young professional couples, young families and friends who want to get out and explore everything on offer in our corner of Dumfries and Galloway. We will direct customers to the Galloway Forest Park, Activity Centre, Castle Douglas, other towns and attractions for them to explore. We won't be actively promoting the units to a party crowd, and instead Galloway Glamping would be marketed as a dark sky, lockside, bespoke getaway, allowing people to get away in nature and rest and recharge. Our welcome hampers will showcase products and produce from local companies, with the idea that customers will be able to experience what's available while staying with us. I'm aware that there have been discussions about the number of cars that will be using the drive. We're actually currently in the process of having the drive regraded and repaired following conversations with our neighbours and an agreement that's been made between us all. I've heard the number 24 floated around. I wanted to assure the committee that there won't be a need for 24 cars driving back and forth. As the site plan shows, there will be 6 parking spaces plus 1 space for electric vehicle charging. As mentioned, the units sit within our garden, and we don't want our garden overrun by cars. Each unit has its own designated space, and in order to be considerate of the environment and our neighbours, customers will be advised to carpool if coming from separate households. These parking spaces will be accessed via an existing lane, meaning we won't need to disturb the landscape to create access. As you will have seen, we've applied to erect 6 units. However, as this is a new business, we'll be starting slowly with 1 or 2 units going up first. This will allow us to gauge the interest and gives us the option to add more units at a later date should we choose to. It also gives us time to grow the business based on need rather than having empty units sitting there before bookings grow. Thank you.
Thanks, Lottie. Thank you. I know you said that you were going to have the road upgraded and you were discussing that with your neighbours. That won't be a condition that we can place, but I'm sure it would be appreciated by the folk that are adjoining neighbours. Any questions for Lottie Arch, Councillor Driver, please?
Yeah, thanks very much for your presentation. There were a couple of other issues that were discussed by the objectors, one of them being lighting. And obviously we have a condition that lighting is going to be looked at by the officers for the future. I'm just wondering if you're aware of that main beam when I would take it as a motion sensor light or something, is it, that comes on?
It is a motion sensor light, and we think that there is something like a spider's web or something that is stuck on the light that, as Anne mentioned, means it's going off frequently, and it's disturbing to us as well. So we have actually turned the lights off completely. But my boyfriend sometimes comes home from work late, and so we leave it on so that he's got a light when he comes home. We do need to just get up and clear the screen of the light, but the house, as you would have seen from the pictures, is very tall, and we need someone to come and, with a much bigger ladder than we have, to clear the sensor. But that is something we need to do.
Thanks, Councillor Driver. Thanks, Lottie. Councillor Howie, please.
Some of the objectors have expressed concerns about growth of the site. Can you give assurances that you will not be going beyond the 6 pods identified in this application?
We can't ask that. We were only dealing with the application that's before us today. You might not look favourably on any that come forward in the future, but that's for the future. We can't ask applicants to get that kind of undertaking. Sorry, Ian. Any other questions for the applicant? There was a question about screening, Lottie, and I don't know whether that's something you might want to make an observation on, or whether that might be something you might want to condition, but Councillor Bretty did ask about that.
We do plan to screen each of the individual units, so each pod will sit on its own deck with screening around the deck that will be living screening, so plants and trellis and things like that, so that each unit has its own privacy, as well as anyone walking through on the pathway that's used, or the neighbours aren't looking in or out of the pods. So that is something that is in the plans.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dennerley, John.
Hello, and thank you, Chair. And hello, Lottie. Thank you very much for your time and your patience with us here today with the young one who seems to be comfortably sleeping away. Just to clarify the concerns that the neighbours had raised with regards to the natural woodland, the 6 pods that are being erected, will that have any effect on wildlife within that area?
Lottie.
Not as far as we are aware or we expect. At the moment, we see kites nesting in the trees, and we don't anticipate there being any impact with that. We've had renovation work done on the house for the past 18 months, and the kites have stayed despite that being very noisy work. We've seen a couple of deer, and we don't anticipate them being displaced. They're not living in our land. They come through it, and we don't anticipate that will change. So as far as we can predict, then no, I don't think it will damage or will impact wildlife.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your response.
Thanks very much, John. Tony Barretti.
Thank you, Chair. Just going on that question of wildlife, have you perchance noticed any red squirrels in this area at all? Is there I wouldn't say family, but how many would you have anticipated?
To be honest, we haven't seen any red squirrels in the 18 months we've been there. We've seen one grey squirrel, and we have put, I know you didn't ask about owls, but I just thought of this, we've got owl boxes up, and so we'll continue to have those up. But we have, yeah, like I said, we haven't seen any red squirrels.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, just in my eye, I see one of the objectors shaking her head or nodding. So this is something that, is there an accuracy in this statement, or what exactly is there or isn't there? Now, grey squirrels, yes, they're ubiquitous in Dumfries and Galloway, so we need to monitor these grey squirrels and point them to the officers in charge of eradicating them. But, Chair, I think I would bring your attention to your...
We don't allow intervention from members of the public gallery once they've addressed the committee. Tony.
I'll just continue. I'm part of the Red Squirrel Group. So we take this seriously, but if there are grey squirrels, they have to be identified. But I would imagine that reds are everywhere, but we just need to know. The woodland is important for them. It forms a transit route. But this is just an observation, Chair.
Thanks, Tony, because I've got to be cautious that we don't start to introduce elements that are not part of the planning application process. But I'm sure the applicant will take that into account. Did you want to respond?
Can I comment on that? Can I respond? All I can say is your question was asking whether we'd seen any, and I haven't seen any. That doesn't mean there aren't any red squirrels there. But the work that we'd be doing, we're not going to be taking trees down. We don't plan to be disturbing the wildlife. So if there are red squirrels, then I would hope that they would stay. But like I said, my specific answer to your question, maybe I wasn't clear enough, is just that we haven't seen red squirrels. But that doesn't, I'm not saying that there aren't any there at all. Other people that live there might have seen them.
Thanks very much for that response, Lottie. Any other questions for the applicant? In that case, thank you for your patience and thanks for your presentation. That concludes representations. Members, we're now in session. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And you know, reading the report and listening to some of the objections and obviously the response from the applicant, I think some of the issues that the objectors raise are actually conditioned in the report to look at. So therefore, I've got no hesitation in recommending we go with the officer's recommendation in this report.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm like-minded. I was looking at condition 10, which makes reference to the lighting. The screening issue has been addressed or will be addressed by the applicant. And I was looking at some of the photographs. You can't get any better screening than a wooded forest, you know, so I'm sure that would also enhance that particular area. And she's given assurances on the upgrade of the road, so I'm happy to support this application. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for the point that Councillor Campbell made about the lighting. I know this is a rural area, and I'll know the dark skies doesn't...
Condition 10, page 143, Tony.
Right. Pardon my eyesight, as you know. Yeah, the external lighting, I would like to see it being dark skies proof. That is, that it's a standard where no light is lost upwards and that it must be adjustable. So in other words, it has to be of a certain quality, not bright white, not blue. It needs to be a slight yellow, and therefore it needs to be also adjustable to lower the luminosity if needed, so that people can actually take the benefit of the dark skies. If they want to go out and look at astronomy, then they should have that option. Thank you, Chair.
I take it that can be delegated to officers.
Chair, I think condition 10 is sufficient as it is, because it is basically just saying that no lighting has been approved as yet. So they have to submit a detailed scheme and specification. And obviously we're aware that this is in Dark Sky Park vicinity. So it's pretty, we've got planning guidance, in fact, supplementary guidance on dark sky friendly lighting. So it is something that we're well aware of and make sure there's no spillage above the horizontal, etc. So yes, that would be just part of condition 10, would be looking for that to come in.
And I think the only question I note I'd offer again is to every member. Many of us have interest and expertise in different aspects of planning process, but we can't start as members designating what type of lighting goes in a specific place. That's delegated to officers in conjunction discussions with the applicant if that's approved, and it would appear that that's what we're prepared to do, Tony. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any alternative views? In that case, the application is approved. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you, and thanks everybody for your forbearance, and thank you, John, for your support. It's 1 o'clock exactly, so we will see everyone here at exactly 1:30 again for the remainder of the agenda items we have today. See you at 1:30. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back. We're back in session. Thanks very much for being so prompt in your return. Move on to agenda item number 8. An application for the change of use of retail unit class 1 to form gym stroke health and fitness centre class 11. Installation of plant and associated works at unit 5, Cuckoo Bridge Retail Park, Glasgow Road, Dumfries. It's a full application. Reference number 22/0856/full. Recommendation approved subject to conditions, and the case officer is Andrew Robinson. Andrew, will you take us through your presentation again, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application relates to a unit within the Cuckoo Bridge Retail Park, and it relates to Unit 5, which is identified in red on the slide there, and which is situated next to the B&M unit. The unit itself has a floor area of 697 square metres, and it's proposed that that remains the same. There's no increase in floor space proposed as part of this application. In terms of the proposed elevations, there are some minor changes to the existing door openings at the front of the unit, and also indicatively some installation of plant to the rear, the details of which haven't been included as part of the application. So this is the application site. It relates to the former Laura Ashley unit, which closed in 2020. This is the application site within the retail park. And this is taken from another view, so you can see it right in the corner. In terms of sequentially more preferable sites, as noted in the report, the applicant has undertaken a sequential assessment of those locations situated either in the town centre or on the edge of centre that could potentially be suitable or available for the proposal. So I've just included a few photographs of some of these units. So this is the Unit B in the Lawburn Centre, which was previously occupied by Next. These are some other units in the Lawburn Centre. The one on the left there is Unit 28, which is the one that can be accessed and is the only unit that can be accessed externally. This is 167 Irish Street. This is 38 High Street, which is located opposite the Brooms Road car park. And this is an Edger Centre site, 78 to 90 Glasgow Street. Within the submission, the applicant has included details of all the existing health and fitness facilities in Dumfries. So this is the location of all of those facilities, and this shows the name of all of those facilities as well, which can be used for reference as you're discussing this item. So in conclusion, officers consider that the support and information has satisfied the sequential assessment, impacts on the town centre, and has demonstrated a qualitative deficiency in provision, and as such it's considered that the proposal has met the requirements of LDP2 policy ED6 and is recommended for approval subject to the conditions stated in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew. Questions for our case officer? If there are none, David Slater, please.
Yes, could I ask what facilities it has, like changing rooms, showers? Will it have things like that for people to use or not? Thank you.
Yeah, the floor plan that's been submitted with the application hasn't shown an exact layout, but it's my understanding that the proposal will include mainly gym provisions. You'd have to ask the applicant what provision that's been shown, but it's not been shown on the plans exactly what facilities, in addition to the gym equipment, is going to be placed in the unit. I can only presume that there could be changing facilities, but the applicant is speaking afterwards, so you could ask that question, but it hasn't been specified exactly in the submitted plans that's been submitted with the application. All that's proposed is a gym use, to change the use of the unit from a retail unit to a gym. So that's all that we have.
So will the applicant be able to give us that information when he speaks?
Well, if no, we'll deal with that later on. You just ask the applicant when it's when she appears, she's present somewhere. David's got some clarification for you as well.
Just in terms of what is before us is the change of use. In planning terms, we only look at the land use and the exterior, so the interior of the building is not a planning issue. They would need a building warrant for putting all these things in, but I'm sure the agent will be able to confirm exactly what they will be putting in later on, but it's actually not a planning matter, it's the use of the land and the unit that we're looking at.
Thanks, David. Councillor Hislop, Ivor, please. And it's still
Chair,
questions for the case officer, Ivor.
Yes. Is there any unintended consequences with allowing a different use on this park with regard to, we're moving away from, I think it's bulky goods that are meant to be in there, by putting in a leisure facility? Does that open up the opportunity for other activities to go in there, comparison goods, various things like that?
Andrew?
The application has been assessed on this particular unit that's been proposed to be a gym, and the report does cover the issue of loss of retail. So from paragraphs 4.36 onwards, so it's 4.36 to 4.41, and this was looked at quite carefully in the report in terms of looking at what our retail study sets out in terms of the demand for extra retail floor space in the region, but also as well evidence that's been submitted as part of the application, which included a marketing assessment which the applicant has shown they have tried to market this unit for bulky goods for a couple of years now without any interest, and that has been taken forward as a material consideration in considering the loss of the retail use. But in terms of the planning policies, the LDP2 policy ED6 effectively allows for applications to come forward for retail or commercial uses. It's following the steps within LDP2 policy ED6 in terms of the sequential assessment, impact on the town centre, and also whether there's an identified quantitative or qualitative deficiency in provision of that particular use that's proposed.
Thanks, Andrew. I think David wants to offer as well, but if I can refer you to 4.39 in page 115, the very last paragraph, Ivor, it says that the lack of viable interest from other bulky goods comparison operators over the past 2 years, Unit 3, 4 and 5 at Cuckoo Bridge, are likely to either become or remain vacant with little prospect of occupation or reoccupation in the near future. But David, do you want to help Ivor?
I think it was really just to say that each application would have to be considered on its own merits. This one's been viewed on its own merits, but if somebody was to come in for another proposal, then that would also have to make the case. So it's not necessarily just opening the door to all and sundry.
Thanks, Ivor. We seem to have a dilemma with our main screen being stuck, but the other screens with elected members can still be seen. So rely on Tracy and the chat to let us know whether there's anybody else wanting to speak or now. There's no one else looking to speak. In that case, we'll move forward to the registered speakers. We have Paul Lowther first, who's an objector, and then Christine Fraser, the agent. So if Paul Lowther's with us, if you'd like to come forward, Paul, please. You have the same 3 minutes, Paul, whenever you're ready, and just do your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you've been kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Paul.
Thank you. I'm Paul Lowther, a local business owner. I own 24/7 fitness in the town and a few other local properties. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd first like to reiterate that the Cooker Bridge site was built and passed on the condition that it was to facilitate companies that sold bulky goods. It will suddenly become very appealing for companies already trading in the town centre to make a move. Why would they struggle away in a town centre with dying foot traffic and investment? Makes no sense. This being said, it won't directly impact the town centre. It's simply not true, as it now shows it's possible to overturn current regulation, which would deplete the town of bulky goods retail space. The gym assessment report that was conducted as a crucial part of this application has many failings. And now I know you're not allowed to take new information into consideration, but I'm simply trying to show how the information gathered is not extensive enough. It suggests there is a lack of low-cost gyms. DG1, Impact Gym, 247 Fitness and Fusion Fitness are examples of low-cost gyms in the town that range from a price of £15 to £25 a month. I also asked the 4 gyms about how much capacity they had for new members, the total being upwards of 1,400 spaces yet to be filled. If all 20 plus local facilities were contacted and an accurate assessment done, you could see how this figure could easily be doubled, if not trebled. I also note on this application the Council Leisure Services Officer wasn't consulted, as I would expect, so the information about the existing services are quite biased. It's also stated that the 24-hour aspect of the gym would fill a gap in the market. We currently have 4 large capacity gyms along with several smaller gyms, all operating on a 24-hour a day basis and have joint capacity for over 4,000 members. As my business operates from a town centre building, I can confirm that this approval would result in me closing and leaving a town centre building empty. I've also spoken to 3 other town centre based gyms, and they believe that continuing to occupy their buildings will all become unviable. I feel the application should have taken this into account, because this is a directly negative impact on the town centre. I feel if local facilities were actually contacted or visited, this would paint a very different picture to that in the assessment. And I don't think the application is anywhere near accurate, extensive or broad enough to allow for an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Does anyone have any questions for Paul? Tony?
You can guide me on this, Chair, if I'm not getting it right, but currently when you're talking about when you said the other gym owners, what would be your perception based on your own anticipated loss of income or loss of personnel or loss of footfall?
It's not a consideration, but I'm sure the gentleman will want to answer you. Paul, do you have an answer?
Yeah, it's just of my opinion and the other gym owners' opinion that we're already at this time struggling with the increase of costs. Obviously, I know it's nothing to do with planning, but obviously with this, another gym opening, it's got such large capacity and such a draw, we assume that it would drop the figures and numbers to a point that would be no longer viable to continue to trade in the town centre. Thanks.
Thanks, Tony. Any other questions for the objector? In that case, thanks very much for coming forward, Paul. Thank you. We move on to the agent, Christine Fraser, in person, please. Whether it's 1, 2 or 3, that's fine. I don't mind how many come to the table, but it's a collective 3 minutes, and the same rules apply. If you commence your presentation, I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. If you can wait in case folk have questions for you, I'd appreciate it. And just whenever you're ready, and I'll give you a shout with 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christy Fraser. I'm here to speak about the proposed change of use at Unit 5 Cookie Bridge Retail Park from Class 1 shop to Class 11 gym. I'm joined by Ben and Ed of New River Retail Limited, the owners of the park, who would be pleased to answer questions from members about the retail park itself. We welcome the recommendation for approval subject to conditions, and I would firstly like to thank officers for their balanced and thorough report. The application site has been vacant for over 2.5 years since Laura Ashley failed. Even prior to this, from June 2016, New River vigorously marketed it and other vacancies at the retail park to every active bulky goods retailer. Despite extensive efforts, there has been no interest whatsoever. We are now living in a very different world to over 20 years ago, when planning restrictions limited the use of Cookie Bridge Retail Park to bulky goods sales. The pandemic has only reinforced this, with many large format retailers downsizing their portfolios or focusing on their online offers. The gym group, as a leading leisure provider, is keen to come to Dumfries and can provide a much needed boost to the struggling retail park. The benefits to Dumfries are clear. The reuse of a prominent unit which would otherwise stay vacant and have a very negative effect on the feel of the retail park, £600,000 of new capital investment into Dumfries, 15 new full-time job opportunities, the introduction of a high-quality, low-cost gym with flexible membership options, and the promotion of wellness and healthy lifestyles, especially to first-time gym users. As noted in the report, we carried out probably the most extensive survey ever on gym use in the Dumfries area. Members of 8 in every 10 households surveyed don't use any gym or health and fitness facility. Almost a third of those respondents, however, would consider using a local facility if it made up for an identified gap in provision. At a time of a cost of living crisis, the most popular wants related to affordability, longer opening hours, and the quality of facilities. Our detailed gym needs assessment demonstrates that there will be a growing demand for gym facilities going forward and that the proposal will offer something very different in quality terms. This will be the only gym in Dumfries offering all of the following: 24/7 opening, a budget health and fitness facility that targets first-time gym goers through low-cost and flexible memberships, easy access for customers travelling on foot or by public transport as part of link trips, a high-quality fit-out providing an above-average 60 gym stations, and capacity for 2,000 to 2,500 members compared to the fewer than 500 members typically served by more specialist facilities in Dumfries. Importantly, your officer report states that the principle of the proposed development is acceptable and that there are no adverse material considerations justifying refusal. It also states that the proposal accords with the development plan and other relevant material considerations, with no concerns raised by statutory consultees.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Granting approval today will send a clear signal of confidence in the area, unlocking substantial capital investment while also providing an important wellness facility for the Dumfries community. We hope that you can support your officer's recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. In time. Thank you. Do you have any questions for the applicant? David?
Yes. What you have done to see how many people, there's enough people would go to your gym, because there's a number of gyms in the town already, and some are quite near the town centre. Now, there is some buildings there which possibly could be used as a gym. So what I'm really saying is, we also have DG1 here, which is a busy place as well. So what makes you think that you'll get enough people to go there? And there's enough, is there enough, what's the word, not think there's enough gyms in that in the area already? And one last point, how do you police a 24/7 gym? How do you do that? Who's going in, who's coming out? That's my questions, thank you.
So to answer the first point, Pardon me. Pardon me, is that better? To answer the first point, we've carried out a survey of 1,000 households in Dumfries, and we've asked people whether they use a gym currently. If they don't use a gym currently, we've asked them if they would use a gym if it made up for a gap in provision. And 8 out of 10 households in Dumfries don't already use a gym. A third of those people said that they would if it could provide a range of things. The most popular answer was affordability. Then there were things like longer opening hours and better quality facilities. What was your second question, sorry?
How do you cover it into the late evenings when it's open 24/7? How do you see who's coming in, who's going out? Because that's important, I must admit.
Am I allowed to defer that question to my friend here, who's the owner of the retail park?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. The gym operate a pod system where you have either a code or a fob. So you walk into the pod and with your code and fob, and then lets you through. So it's very secure, and they have operate that in all their premises across the UK.
Just one other point, facilities. What extra additional facilities will you be actually supplying to the public?
So it'll be a full shower and changing room facilities. We can share floor plans if needed. There's a fit-out plan, but obviously we're only here for a change of use application at this stage.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, David. John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Yeah, it's again, it's just on the extensive survey that you mentioned, 1,000 people. How soon did you do that survey? And bearing in mind we have a cost of living crisis, I don't think you would probably get the same answer, but if you can cover those points, please.
It was carried out in February 2022. We are finding that with the cost of living crisis, things like the low-cost memberships and the flexibility of memberships are becoming more popular because, for example, you can sign up for just a month and then cancel if you have a change in circumstances.
Thanks, John. Any other questions for the applicant or agent? In that case, Pauline Drysdale. Pauline, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry if you've already covered this. Could I just ask the applicant, are there facilities for disabled people to use some of the equipment? Would you have that in your plan? I know that will be looked at the building warrant stage, but it's just a check. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Disability accessibility equipment.
The application is for the change of use. So I'm sorry, I don't have those details to hand. They may be on the floor plans provided.
Andrew, do you know if there's anything contained within the report that addresses that?
I'm happy to confirm that because I've got the site plan in front of the proposed plan. The floor plan, as I said before, just basically says the floor area. It doesn't actually show or provide any details of what equipment is proposed.
Yeah, and we've already been told by David Sutty that we're only being asked to agree the change of use. The detail is not yet available to us, and we might not have any control over it anyway. It's simply a change of use that we are allowing. So I was happy to have these questions asked of the agent and other individuals representing the applicant, but if we kind of get answers, then that doesn't matter because it's not part of the planning applications being considered before us.
In terms of the gym fit out, the previous ones we have done, they have included disabled facilities, but the extent of that obviously is down to the occupier, but they do cater for everyone, and a part of our building warrant will be challenged on this, so I'm pretty sure that the tenant will have that in hand, but obviously we're happy to share the details once they're forwarded to us as a landlord.
Thank you. Thanks, Pauline. No other questions this time. Thank each of you very much for being here today, and your presentation has been completed. Thank you. We're now in session, members. Councillor Dryborough.
Maybe just one question, and I think I already know the answer to it. Is that the council's leisure and sports officer is not a statutory consultee, as far as I'm aware. Is that correct, David?
David.
Yes, definitely not a statutory consultee. Whether or not we might have wished to consult them, different matter, but we don't have to, put it that way.
In which case, Chair, I would, having read the report by the officer, go with the recommendations within it.
Thank you. I've got Ivor Hislop, John Dennerley, and then John Campbell. So Ivor, please.
Chair, it's back to my sort of point I was trying to make earlier. By agreeing to allow a change of use, we change the conditions that are on that site. Will this make it easier for future applications to come in where comparison goods could be used on that site, where in the past we've used that as a reason to actually stop development out with the town centre? And would this actual unit then be able to be used as comparison goods because it doesn't have the condition that it currently has on it?
I think David Sutty already addressed that question, Ivor, by saying that every application is considered on its merits, and the report says quite clearly there's been no interest in this particular smaller unit for the past 2 years. I will ask David again to reiterate what he said, but you know, unless you're going to put up an alternative proposal, it's likely this will be approved, and it'll be up to this committee, whether it's you, I, or somebody else that populates it, whether or no a similar application is approved in the future. David?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I probably don't need to go over the history of how Cuckoo Bridge came into being and the effect it had on the town centre ultimately as a result of that appeal decision. But that condition that was attached really was to restrict it to bulky goods, or mainly bulky goods, was to try and prevent it, that particular retail park being used for activities in the retail trade that you would find more in the town centre normally. And this isn't a retail proposal. So this is something in a different use class. This is class 11. What we have done is we've recommended condition 4, which is on page 119. So it's basically saying that it's being restricted to this use as a gym and health and fitness centre only and no other use. So there is another restriction going on. If somebody were to come in and propose this or another unit for straightforward class 1 retail use, we would still have the same concerns and the sequential test would have to be made.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sutty. That's given me reassurance.
Thanks very much, Ivor. Councillor Dennerley, John, and then John Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for those who have given the presentations here today in relation to the report. I think it's important to encourage well-being as well as fitness within the area. And I think that unit, with it being next to the likes of the A75, we've got the Tesco nearby and various other transport links. We have a housing estate not too far away as well, so that could give an opportunity for those in that estate to help improve their well-being and fitness and health. I understand that the town centre concerns are there and some of them are valid, but it's a free market, it's competition, and that's part of the healthy debates that we all have. So I do support what's been said so far and what Councillor Drybridge has said so far. I also would like to show my support for. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. And I presume with that statement you are seconding the proposal that Councillor Drybridge made to approve this application.
That's correct, Chair, I would. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. John Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Hislop touched on a point that I was going to raise, and it's good to get a reassurance from David Sutty that if it was another retail application that was coming in, and then that condition probably would apply. It's just that I didn't see the condition in here, but because it's a change of use. So I'm pleased that he's clarified that point. Yeah, I'm also happy to support this. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, John. If there are no alternative views, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Mr. Chair, members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you. Move on, members, to agenda item number 10. An application for the erection of extension to east elevation to form nursery and early years classrooms with associated link corridor to main building and associated works, demolition of existing detached nursery at Noble Hill Primary School, 233 Annan Road, Dumfries. This is a full application, reference number 22/0552/full. Recommendations to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Judith Turnbull. Judith, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I got to put it on the presentation. Is this leave it to put it? Thank you, yes. Just before I start the presentation, I'd like to point out a small correction. It's on page 151 in paragraph 4.7 on the third line. At the moment, the third line says, given the net gain in playground area, this was not considered to be appropriate. It is. It should say, given the net loss. So gain should say loss. So this is the location plan. The application site is in the middle, outlined in red. It's to the north of Annan Road, just behind the dwelling houses and the other properties fronting the Annan Road. This is the existing block plan. I've indicated on this slide the primary school building to the right, the left, the existing nursery to be demolished on the right-hand side, and there's the outline of the new extension, which is in the middle at the bottom, the red dotted outline. The main access to the school is from the north, but there's also pedestrian access from the Annan Road, and that's in the bottom of the slide between the two blue lines. This is the ground floor plan as existing. It shows the layout of the existing nursery, which consists of the main building, which is two small extensions to the front, and a container at the north, and it's got a play area to the west. There's the proposed block plan showing the H-shaped extension in the middle. It's the ground floor plan as proposed. It shows how the building would be used. The part of the building in the bottom half would be used by the nursery children, and the top half of the building would be used by the early years group. You can also see the link in the left-hand side into the existing school. First floor plan as proposed, this only has accommodation in the bottom part of the building, shown on the drawing. That's the nursery accommodation and a storeroom, and there's a plant room on the other side. The headroom on the top part of the building isn't really enough to give any accommodation. This east and south elevations as existing, these are the two elevations that would be affected by the new extension. The top one is the east elevation, and the link for the proposed extension would break through at the middle window of the three on the left-hand side. The part of the school on the right-hand side is a newer part, but the bit where the new extension would be located is an existing, older part, an original part. I think the south elevation on the bottom is originally the front of the school, but it's quite difficult to appreciate that as it's close to the southern boundary. These are the proposed elevations. The top one is the north elevation. That's looking from the car park area and the main entrance to the school. The extension's on the left-hand side of that drawing. Elevation, the second top one is the east elevation when viewed from the existing nursery, and the extension is also on the left-hand side. The third one down is proposed south elevation with the extension on the right-hand side, and the bottom one is from the west and shows the proposed extension only. That's kind of looking from the link forwards. The proposed finishes would be standing seam, zinc cladding to the roof, vertical timber cladding with light oak finish, and zinc cladding to the external walls, and aluminium windows and doors with a yellow finish. Existing roof plan, this shows the new roof of the proposed extension, that's the existing one, and this is the proposed new roof. This drawing also shows where the sections, which are in the next drawing, would have been taken. The first section would be AA, which is through the roof light, the short section. BB is a long section looking north. CC is a long section looking south. And DD is a short section through the link looking east. So these are the sections, the two short ones at the top and bottom, and the long ones in the middle. Fencing plan, this just shows the proposed fencing which would bound the early years play area to the north and the nursery to the south. You can see the nursery's got a larger area than the early years play area. The fencing and gates would be standard school fencing and gates. It's called Beta Roll Top with green finish. I've included two different drawings on this, perhaps not very well, but the top one shows the play area for the early years, and the bottom one is the play area for the nursery. There isn't really much on the top one, but the bottom play area's got a sand pit, a bottle pour, a tactile path, and 2 shade canopies. And this is the details of the canopies. They're called Star Sail. I've included the drawing, a photograph of the canopies, and a colour swatch, which is porcelain green in the corner. Moving on to the photographs, I haven't got very many. This is a view of the existing nursery facility, which is to be demolished. It's taken looking west, with the play area in front. This is from the main access to school looking north. I've put on there the existing nursing building and play area, and I've tried to indicate where the extension would be located, coming out from the original building. This is the existing building where the extension would be linked in that middle window there. And this is looking from roughly where the extension would be, looking down towards the main access. So to conclude, and as detailed in the report, the application recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as detailed. Thank you.
Thanks, Judith. Before we go to questions for case officers, we've addressed in the report the active travel and the cycle storage. That can be considered because it's an existing application, not a new one. And photovoltaic cells on the roof, we're now taking forward a comprehensive study of that sits elsewhere. So that won't be discussed today either. So, members, questions for the case officer? There's no point in asking the question about for photovoltaic cells, cycleways, cycle storage or active travel. That's be addressed elsewhere. Okay. This is your lucky day, Judith. If there are no questions for the case officer, we've no registered speakers. Archie?
Agree the recommendations, yeah.
Thank you. John Campbell?
Yeah, I support the recommendations as long as the council's taking note of the other issues that you just addressed before we got into session. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Yes,
David?
I support the recommendation, yes. And hopefully other things will follow on the roof and that.
Thank you for the chair for taking the words straight out of my mouth earlier on, but yes, I agree as long as with our Councillor Dryborough's recommendations about the photovoltaics. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, Tracy, please?
Application is approved subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Members, move on to agenda item number 11. An application of formation of hard-standing area retrospective at East Rooken, Dumfries. It's a full application, reference number 22/0857/full. Recommendation is to approve subject condition, and the case officer is Lindsay Little. Lindsay, will you take us through the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks retrospective planning permission for the formation of an area of hard standing. It is before you today as there are more than 6 separate individual and timorously received objections on material planning grounds. I'll now go through the presentation. This location map indicates the site which lies to the south of the A709 Dumfries to Lockerbie Road. to the southwest of Torthorald village. The application site outlined in red here is a strip of land which sits between the A709 road and the host dwelling house identified by the dot, and the area is known as Rookin. Here you can see all the land controlled by the applicant outlined in blue and the area of the hard standing outlined in red. There's a private access road from the A709 shown here in yellow, which serves the application site and the 4 neighbouring residential properties. The drawing on the left here shows the area of hard standing largely hatched in yellow, but also includes the turning area with the vehicle shown in green. The application originally included the erection of a shed, which is the black rectangle you can see there, in addition to the formation of the hard standing, but the proposal has since been amended to remove the shed element. The drawing on the right shows the site of a previously approved shed, and the permission to erect this shed in this location has since been implemented. So I'll go through some photographs. So that there shows the area of hard standing. It also shows the frame of the shed which was originally proposed as part of this application. That frame's now been removed. So this is East Rookin. The host dwelling house is on the left of the photograph there, and you can see the agricultural field in front of the dwelling house, and the application site for the hard standing lies at the other side of the trees in the centre of the photograph. So this is the northeast end of the site where it bounds onto the field. You can see there's a wee access gate there from the field, from the hard standing area. So this is the view from the roadside when you approach from the Torthorald direction. There is a container you can see there in the photograph which does not have planning permission, but the applicant has confirmed that this container has now been sold and it's just awaiting uplift by the new owners. It should be uplifted within the next 2 weeks, it's understood. That's just another view from the roadside of the site. And again, another view approaching from the Dumfries side. You can see there's some trees. The site is obviously just at the other side of the trees there. And this photograph is taken from the south side at the southern boundary of the curtilage of the East Rookin property. The application has been recommended for approval with a condition relating to the turning space within the site.
Thanks very much, Lindsay. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation. It's just a point of clarity. I mean, it says in 4.4 that this is a small holding, but there was previous approved agricultural shed that was given. Do small holdings and, you know, do they have the same rights and privileges as a normal agricultural setting, you know, like a farm or something like that? The reason why I'm asking is because the new road, when that was implemented, it sort of hived off that part of the field, which at one stage it probably would have been agricultural land, but is it deemed as agricultural land? And does that mean that you know, the small holdings can put any size of building or agricultural buildings as such? I don't know who can help me out with that one, Chair.
I'll ask Lindsay, and if she can't answer, David will answer.
Yes, it's still is deemed as agricultural land, and had it not been that the site was within 25 metres of the road, it would actually have come under permitted development legislation, as agricultural works, it comes under class 18 of the permitted development, because it's the whole area amounts to 0.4 of a hectare.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Can I come back in, Chair?
Yes.
Thanks. So it looks quite a small area in terms of being a, agricultural setting as opposed to a small holding, large for a small holding, I suppose. So does that mean that we could see large agricultural buildings in this area?
David?
The national legislation, which applies right throughout Scotland, recognises 0.4 of a hectare as being what's necessary. That's really to accommodate crofts. So in this neck of the woods, farms are considerably more than 0.4 of a hectare. But as Lindsay pointed out, whilst it would have permitted development rights, in many instances, because here it's within 25 metres of a classified road, then it doesn't have permitted development rights and it needs planning permission. So no, you wouldn't see a whole load of these things popping up along roadsides. In other instances, there would still need to submit a determination of prior approval application, which the council could require a prior approval application on. Correct me if I'm right, if I'm wrong, because you deal with these all the time, I don't.
Thanks for the clarification, David.
Thanks, John. Is David right, Lindsay? Thank you. Any other questions for our case officer? Ivor Hislop, please.
Chair, it's going to be a sort of grey area in what's been previously greenfield. Was there any consideration given to asking for hedging around about it, just to sort of soften the impact it would have visually on some of the neighbouring properties?
Are you talking about hedging specifically or screening, Ivor?
Well, I would rather see hedging rather than a big fence put up or something like that that would maybe look more industrial rather than maybe like a beach hedge or something around it.
I'll ask Lindsay if she's considered that, and I'll ask her if it can be a condition if we are deemed or prepared to approve this. So 2 questions for you, Lindsay, instead of 1.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you noticed in one of the photographs, it shows that the site is actually sits quite low compared to the residential properties around it. Particularly the last photograph showed you looking down from the curtilage of the East Rooken property, that photograph there. So it's not considered that it would be widely seen from other residential properties. So it hasn't been a requirement to provide any screening.
And if members were inclined to want some, can we condition that, given that it's a retrospective application?
David.
As with any application, it's open to members to attach any conditions they see fit, but they have to meet the 6 tests. So is it necessary? Is it relevant to planning? Is it relevant to the development to be permitted? Is it enforceable? Is it precise? And is it reasonable in all other respects? So if members wish to attach that, then obviously you'd have to give the justification for why you think it is necessary to do it. In terms of enforceability, yes, we can have a condition that it is required and it has to be done in the first planting season following the completion of the development. So we could reasonably attach a condition on it. It's just whether it's not it is necessary.
If we're minded to approve, I'll come back and speak to you and see if other members are in support of what you're at least asking about, if not suggesting, Ivor. That the only speaker, Tracy? Okay, so we're in session anyway, Ivor. Oh no, we're no far from it. We've got 5 objectors, 1 supporter and 1 applicant. They are all written statements. So I'll ask Tracy to do 5, then pause, then the supporter and pause, and then the applicant statement. And then we'll come back to the issue about screening during our deliberations. So Tracy, 5 statements, please.
Thanks, Chair. The first statement is Rosemary Cochrane, objector. 1. There is lack of detail in the applicant's drawings regarding the access to the hard standing area and supposed sheep shed. My concern is the ongoing flooding issue, which I would like to draw your attention to. Only last week we suffered considerable flood water from the A709. Is the applicant wanting access from his 0.5 acre field to the hard standing or from the A709? If it is indeed from the 0.5 acre field, the applicant would have to bridge over what is left of the existing burn to access hard standing area and shed, or will he be filling it in as he has done with the rest of the burn? I'm sure the applicant's shed won't be affected by future flooding as he has raised the ground significantly, but unfortunately with all the trees and vegetation that has been removed from this now industrial site, his contribution of changing the nature water course will indeed affect all the houses after his property. Please refer to SEPA's report that states Torthorald is potentially a vulnerable area, 14th of the 6th, I think that's a date, 14/06, and it is estimated that within climate change it will increase the number of properties at risk of flooding. It has been brought to my attention that the applicant is intending to run a business selling logs, and this will obviously increase the volume of vehicles coming and going in this very small residential area. We have spent a considerable amount of money installing flood measures to protect our property and have been told by the flood risk management team that any future flooding that may occur, we could take civil action against the applicant if it's proven that he has contributed to the amount of flood water that we receive with the works that he has carried out so far. I do hope the above points are taken into account when making a final decision. And the next objector is Jacqueline and David Hanley. 1. Loss of trees and landscaping. I object to the removal of a forest of mature trees, 20 plus, which has displaced a family of red squirrels, bird of prey, various species of frogs and toads. There are only 3 mature trees left, an oak, beech and sycamore, and short expanse of freshwater burn. The removal of trees has affected the natural environment and impacted on a loss of privacy for our property, not to mention noise pollution from the A709, and has given our quiet countryside residential area the look of an industrial estate, topped off with a large tin shed and graffitied blue metal container, which there is still no planning permission for. 2. Accessibility, parking and road safety issues. The shared access road to the properties at East Rooken has been recently purchased, and the owner is proposing to keep access rights to the 4 properties as was. The additional 80 metres of road, which runs adjacent to the proposed hard standing, is now a privately owned area and is being returned to its original environmental state. The replanting of trees and hedgerows will be reintroduced, so therefore no access will be available from it onto the hard standing area. Existing access to the field belonging to East Rooken will be from the original gate at the beginning of the shared access road. 3. Sustainable drainage, flood impact and contaminated land issues. This area is well known for assisting heavy rainwater headed downhill towards Rooken Road, and houses at the bottom of the hill have flooded many times. The council is aware of the ongoing flooding problems. The removal of trees together with the formation of hard standing and raising the land will surely have a detrimental effect on the flooding problem. Planning site history. A previous application was made in 1990 to build a dwelling house on the field area at East Rooken and was denied due to historical reasons, so hopefully the field area will still be protected. The next objector is Austin Williams. I am writing with regard to the above planning permission to raise my objections for the proposal formation of hard standing. The history of the site is that the area of the proposed hard standing build has been identified as areas of historical reference. The area should be being protected, not being built on without the proper investigation work carried out prior to any undertaking of works. The quality of the design. The overall design will have and already has made an impact on rising the land, which will only add to the flooding issues that have been raised on this planning application and are ongoing issues further down the A709. The loss of trees and habitat for our wildlife. The removal of mature trees prior to this application for hard standing and build has caused irreplaceable damage to the natural diversity of the residential rural area, for to help with the pollution of the A709 and, more concerning, the damage inflicted on our natural surroundings for the habitats of wildlife. I wish for someone to speak on my behalf at the committee. We need to remember we are all play our part in protecting the planet's diversity for our future generations. The next objector is Catherine Williams. I am unable to attend and ask somebody to read out the objection on my behalf. The site history, the area of proposed hard standing is classed as land with historical reference as to the adjoining field. There has been applications made in 1990 for building on these lands that were not allowed due to historical reference. As you are aware, we have the ruins of Torthorald Castle in close proximity. The hard standing and build, I feel the sustainability of the formation of the hard standing will only add to the ongoing flooding issues that are documented and proof can be obtained if required. Accessibility, the access area as shown to the hard standing area will not be prohibited for the use by the applicant. The road is being purchased by a third party and access will be from the top gate of the field to the hard standing and build area. I would like you to take this time to thank you for taking the time to listen to my objection. And the last objector is Christina Lloyd-Williams. Site history. The application site is documented on a site with historical reference, and this site area was cleared and built on, including a hard standing area also in situ prior, without proper assessment of the land and its history. Impact on the natural environment. This area was an area of natural beauty with the mature trees providing protection against some road pollution, and were the natural habitats for our rural wildlife, including bats. We need to protect our lands from oversized developments, and we need to work with nature, not against it. The quality of design. The proposal of an application for a hard standing area and build will do nothing to increase the beauty of a small residential rural area. The suitability of this application has been highlighted, why the build will raise a number of issues well documented to planning with an array of proof already provided. I hope the committee members will consider very deeply on this application and look to the overall impact it will have on the long term.
That concludes the 5 objectors. We've now one from a supporter, Tracy.
Yep. A supporter is Alex McMillan. I would like to put in a letter of support for the planning application at East Drucken. I went with Greg to view East Drucken, and believe me, when we went, it was a lot of work that we were looking at. It was cold, damp, dark and run-down cottage. Since then, he has renovated the cottage, making it a beautiful place for him and his family. There is no longer an overgrown wasteland in front of him, allowing very little natural light into the cottage. He has made a wonderful job, and all that has been done using local tradesmen. Jodie and Greg are interested in farming, and as a young couple, they should be encouraged. I watch Greg's son pottering about there as well. They manage the land very well. In turn, they are teaching the next generation these skills. These are traditional skills which should be encouraged, or they will be lost. I rely heavily on them to help with my farming enterprise, and I am still farming, and I am 90. The average age of farmers in the UK is 59. It desperately needs young blood. Dumfries has always been extremely hard for anyone to get a foothold into farming because of the huge sums of money involved. Land prices in this area are exceedingly high. In fact, most of my children moved away to pursue their dreams in farming for this very reason. With an ageing population, we should be encouraging the youth to stay, especially a young couple who are focused on supporting their local economy. I fully support this application, as I want to encourage young people and families to settle, work and flourish in this area, rather than the trend of this becoming an area for second homeowners who contribute very little to our local economy. I'd also like to see East Drucken restored to its former glory, albeit on a smaller scale.
Do you want a breather, Tracy? Okay. We now come to the objector. The applicant, sorry.
That's applicant Janet Cochrane. Firstly, I am the applicant for planning application 220857 full. This was done in my name to make this separate from the long-standing neighbour dispute between Greg and his neighbours. My son Greg has been renovating East Rookin, which was previously quite a rundown cottage, for the last 4 years. East Rookin is also a registered small holding. During COVID, the area of scrub on the small holding had turned into a dumping ground by third parties and was an eyesore. Since him and his partner have an interest in where their food comes from and are trying to live a more sustainable lifestyle, the area was cleared with the intention of some of the previous scrub area being used as part of the small holding. They also applied for a shed to be built, which was granted under planning permission 210731 FUL, and some drainage work was carried out, which included the coverting of a small part of the drain, which was done on animal welfare grounds after the loss of a couple of in-lambs used in the drain. This work was carried out by a drainage expert with 32 years experience and has been inspected and passed by SEPA. It was looking into, and neither the scrub removal nor the coverting of the drain required planning permission. A misunderstanding made Greg and Jodie believe that the hardcore area was passed under the initial planning application, which was not the case. Since this was brought to their attention, they have cooperated with Emma Stewart, the Planning Enforcement Officer, to make sure the relevant permissions are in place. The hardcore area does not add any more traffic to the area, as the small holding is already operating, and that won't change. Previously, all large vehicles, including the bin lorry, reverse in from the main road. The hardcore area provides a turning point which allows all vehicles to enter and exit the main road junction in a forward gear. In effect, it should increase road safety for road users. With reference to flooding, East Rookin is part way up the steep hill. That alone doesn't allow the site to hold water. No water course has been altered. The site was put in by the contractor with 32 years experience. Prior to commencement of work, the contractor carried out a full site inspection which included measuring culverting areas uphill of the site. In the last 8 months, the site has been inspected by SEPA, Planning Flood Risk Management Team, Scottish Water, Environmental Health and Scottish Gas Networks, and all agencies have been satisfied with the work which has been carried out.
30 seconds.
We have also had an independent flood risk assessor look at the site and again measure all the culverts up to the uphill of the site, who has concluded that none of the work increases the risk of flooding in the surrounding area, nor does anything alter the original water course. On a personal note, as someone who is registered blind with less than 10% sight and spends a lot of time at East Rookin, the hardcore area has taken an inaccessible part of the small holding and made it easily accessible for myself. I personally do not believe that the work carried out is unsightly, as beauty is very much in the eye of the beholder.
Thank you. Okay, that's the applicant's statement. So, there are no speakers present. We're in session. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think this applicant's had a bit of form here when it comes to partial retrospective on the previous application and retrospective planning here. It's a frustration that we have in this committee when we see applications like this. However, we have to treat this as a normal planning application, and I do get that. The reason why I'm making reference to that is because even our council flood risk management team, although they have no objections at the moment, but the statement where it says culverting for land gain purposes is contrary to SEPA guidance. That's in paragraph 2.2 on page 158. Thus, had they been consulted prior to the commencement of these works, they would have objected to the proposed development. However, what's done is done now, and I believe just further down, they've removed their objection, or they're now in a position to remove their objection. But yeah, having that in mind, in planning terms, I can't see how we cannot recommend this for approval subject to the conditions. The big worry for me was the culverting that was implemented. Did that have an effect further down the hill? I have seen it myself. I do live along Rookin Road at Cullen Village, and I often come out at that junction, but I'd be minded to approve this, Chair.
Okay, we had Councillor Hislop ask about screening. So just before you, and I'm happy that you're happy to approve that, I'll ask Councillor Hislop if he still wants to pursue that particular route, and then Councillor Denley wants to speak after that. So Councillor Hislop, I did promise to come back to you to ask about the issue of screening, and you heard from our case officer that the site sits particularly low. We've seen images that show it takes some significant screening to hide that from some viewpoints. What's your view, Ivor?
Chair, it was more the sort of viewpoint. I'm going to say the northeastern boundary. If the page is north-south, the agenda page 155, the map there, it's the one that crosses the 30-metre plus bit. If I was looking, that would be the one, because I think that's the one that actually is quite, the cars coming south or towards Dumfries are going to see that site. But the other sides, I wouldn't be that concerned about, as I don't think you get a quick view into them, or a long view, should I say. Whereas coming down the hill from Torthorald, you might. You wouldn't have the container there, so I don't know whether it'd be worthwhile just
Is that the image? There is an image up now to help you, Ivor. Is that the one?
Yes, but it was just that boundary there where the blue container's sitting. Whether a hedge or some sort of hedging could be put in there just along that boundary, because that's the one I think would be seen more by the public coming down the hill. That one sort of sits below the road level a wee bit, and it's not that big when you're travelling a car, you're not that long going past there, but you would look down into it across the blue container. So I don't know whether I think it's the northeastern boundary, the top one.
We'll ask Lindsay to confirm that. But in the meantime, is John Campbell prepared to accept that as part of his proposal, or will you have to put up a different one? John?
Yeah, I'm happy to accept that as a condition.
So John has a proposal up which includes protecting the view coming down that road. Lindsay, can you know which area or what Ivor Hislop's talking about? I wouldn't want some confusion later on who said what.
Chair, it might be helpful if we can go back even further. That's the one I was thinking of, because you can see that's the view as you're coming towards Dumfries from Torthorald. So you've actually got quite a number of trees sitting there. So I'm not sure whether or not a hedge would actually add much to what's already there.
That's David's advice, but I'm in your hands, Ivor, members that decide.
It might be a step too far if it's considered. It's when the trees aren't in full bloom, you see it more obviously. But I suppose the hedge would be without leaves as well at that time of year. If it's not necessary, then I'll withdraw the suggestion.
In that case, thanks, Ivor, and hopefully John will remove that as well, and I'll see what Councillor Denley has to say. Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wouldn't like to put unnecessary conditions. I'm looking at the same photograph on my iPad here. Ivor did make the point, when they're in full bloom, there is quite a bit of screening already in place. However, it's when the leaves fall, you will get that openness, I suppose. But I wouldn't like to put any undue conditions, or unreasonable conditions. Happy to withdraw. Thanks very much, John. So, Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Campbell has proposed we agree the recommendation that's out in the papers. John, over to you.
Yeah, that's great. Can I just clarify? So just to clarify what the concern was in terms of wildlife in general with the bats, because it was mentioned that there's a concern around how it affects the wildlife and the bats in the area. And that was kind of my main concern, was thinking about how this is affecting the wildlife. So is there anything specific that we could mention regarding what specific wildlife would have been at risk or could be at risk from this? And I think it might be worth, if not, to have some sort of investigation to look at the wildlife and the conservation in the area. So I do support Ivor in his decision for a hedge as well, but I also now understand that he's withdrawing that, so that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, thank you. The problem we have in many of these situations for John is that if there are no tree preservation orders or previous conditions on trees and hedgerows, we have no control or direct control over what applicants do with them. And in this particular case, the trees have already been removed. So any opportunity there might have been to protect habitat has now gone, and we've been asked to deal with a retrospective application. But I'll just ask David and Lindsay to confirm that that is actually the case.
Chair, thank you. Yes, paragraph 4.4 on page 160 covers that. In terms of any wildlife, the only potential issue, I suppose, would have been the potential for any bat roosts that may have been in trees. If you are affecting any bat roosts, you need a licence from Nature Scot. But given the trees have gone, it isn't something the planning authority has any control over. It would be potentially a police matter if a wildlife crime had taken place.
Thanks, John. Thanks, David. Pauline Drysdale, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask the question, as it was mentioned earlier on in the meeting, that this particular applicant, he's had a few retrospective planning applications gone through. So within D&G Council, are any of the retrospective planning breaches of planning eligible for fines and enforcement action before the 4-year period, or do we just tend to bring it to committee as such? Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I think Mr. Sutty might be able to answer that. I was just interested. Thank you.
Can you just repeat it for everybody's benefit, please, Pauline? Repeat your question.
Yeah, sure, Chair. I wanted to ask, is this particular... Oh, sorry. Can you just hold till this phone goes off? Thank you. So I just wanted to ask, in Dumfries and Galloway Council, are any retrospective breaches of planning ever given fines or taken to court, especially if it's happened more than once or twice, if this happens before the 4-year period? Thank you.
I'll ask David to answer that. The only thing I will caution about is you cannot punish applicants for indiscretions or changes they have made that have been subsequently approved. So, but David, to answer Pauline's questions.
Yes, really I'd refer any member to have a look online at the Planning Enforcement Charter that we have. It's got to be renewed every 2 years. That sets out our powers and what we do and don't do in terms of enforcement action. So every proposal has to be looked at on its own merits. As the Chair just said, the purpose of enforcement is to rectify or regularise a situation, not to punish somebody for having done something. Sometimes people do things without realising it needed permission, so it would be wrong to go and issue fines. What we do in most instances is seek a retrospective application first to try and regularise the situation, and that indeed is what's happened here. And now, as of I think it was April it came in, there's now, you've got to pay more. So off the top of my head, I think it's 120% of the fee for a retrospective application. So there is now a financial penalty for having to submit a retrospective application that didn't exist before. When it comes to enforcement action, it's not a case of whether or not we can just go around putting fines on people for having done things. There is a process that we have to go through, serving a notice, right of appeal, going to the Procurator Fiscal, who may or may not take a case and issue a fine. It's all set out in the Planning Enforcement Charter, as I say, which I would encourage all members to have a good read of.
Thanks, David. And the only thing I would add is it should be a comfort that members do consider every application on its own merit. And there are occasions, and I can recall some of them, when we very clearly instructed that works that had been done be undone, for want of a better word, and the applicant eventually suffered quite a financial impact by carrying out measures that this planning committee or this council did not particularly agree with, and made that very clear in instruction to reinstate to original conditions. So it does happen, but everyone in its own merit. I've got to David Slater and then John Campbell, and hopefully we'll get to a decision. David Slater, please.
There appears to be a number of trees are cut down, and it looks as if it's an area that floods. So by losing these trees with that area, flooding increases. Some objectors has actually said, and I believe the land has been built up to hard standing. Is that right? It's been raised. If that's the case, I would assume that the applicant knows that that area floods, but by raising that area will increase flooding round about that area. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I think the applicant's statement said they had paid a drainage company with 30 odd years experience to introduce drains, and our case officer has considered it. The flood prevention team have no objections, so it meets with our current requirements. Councillor Campbell?
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. Yeah, I'm getting a wee bit confused about these trees. Now, 1 minute we're saying that we're looking at pictures of trees being in there in full bloom, and there's other trees that have been chopped down. Can I get a bit of clarity? Do we have those trees in that particular photograph that we looked at a few minutes ago?
You're asking if they still exist?
Yes, because
I am sure they do. I'm sure it was the hard standing area that was cleared. Lindsay?
Yes, there was trees originally where the hard standing now sits. So the trees that you can see in the photographs still remain, and they will remain, yeah.
As part of conditions?
No. And we can't at random condition trees, especially a whole grove of trees. We can condition one tree if it's of specific architectural or natural significance, but we can't just condition trees because we don't want folk to take them down.
On David, that basis, yeah, thanks, Chair. On that basis, I'm happy to move to the recommendations.
Thank you. If there are no objections, unanimous decision of the committee. Thank you. Confirm our decision, Tracy, please.
Yes, Chair. The application has been approved subject to the condition in the report.
Thanks, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 12, an application for the erection of 5 wind turbines, each up to 149.5 metres from base to tip, formation of access tracks and hard-standing crane pads, creation of borrow pits, erection of substation building, and formation of a temporary construction compound at Garveland, Glenluce, Newton Stewart. Its full application, reference number 21/059/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to A, the successful completion of Section 75 planning obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision of such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and B, conditions. Case officers Chris McTeer. Chris, take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the application today is in front of members as it constitutes a major development as defined in the hierarchy of development regulations. What we're looking at today is an application for the erection of a 5-turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure at Garveland Farm, 4.5 kilometres to the northeast of Glenluce in the west of the region. And as you can see from the location plan, the site is adjacent to the existing Glen Chamber and Carscreach wind farms, and a full summary of the development is in the committee report at paragraph 1.7. There we go. So the site is accessed from the C3W public road at Garvilland Farm, and as you can see from the site layout plan, the main turbine development is centred around an area to the northwest, west and south of the summit of Buchtfell, which I think is the correct pronunciation, and apologies if it's not. So what we're looking at in terms of detail, we've seen lots of these over the years, but it's a 3-blade horizontal axis wind turbine, 149.5 metres to blade tip, with a rotor diameter of 117 metres and a hub height of 91 metres. The planning application was accompanied by an environmental impact assessment report, which provides an assessment of all significant environmental impacts, in this case within a 40-kilometre radius of the application site, which you can see on the slide in front of you. The EIAR includes plans and visualisations as part of a landscape and visual impact assessment, which is contained within the document itself. This is ZTV, and just to clarify for some of the newer members of the committee, ZTV is a zone of theoretical visibility of the turbines, and you can see from the colours, not very well produced on the slides on the wall, I'm afraid, but the majority of the views of the development are within 10 kilometres of the application site, and that's a point that's noted by both the EIA and the Council's landscape architect. What we're showing here are cumulative developments within 40 kilometres of the application site. Now you can see there are a significant number of wind energy developments in the plan there. So the proposed development is in yellow, right in the middle, and all operational wind farms within that area are included in red. Now this plan doesn't include schemes that are approved and not built, or schemes that are in planning. So recent applications for the extension at the operational Galloway wind farm, not included on that, nor is the extension to Aries wind farm as well, which is one that's located to the northeast of the application site. The next plan is one that we've made up using the Council's own mapping software, just to provide a bit more sort of context of the localised spread of turbine development in the particular area. So the top of the hill roundabout which the turbines are sited are it's the top of the hill's the pin in the middle of the map there. So you can see Glenchamber to the northeast, Cuscreach to the sort of southeast. At the very bottom of the picture, just beyond Newluce, no, sorry, not Newluce, Glenluce, are the turbines at Burlockett Moor. You can see to the north, Artfield and Balmurray Fell wind farms, and to the very, very top of the slide are the southernmost turbines at Kilgalloch, and Aries, as I noted before, was located to the northwest of the application site. The next few slides, I've identified 6 viewpoints from the submitted LVIA. Now they're all in the same format. So the first slide gives an indication of where the viewpoint is in relation to the application site. So you can see in this case the first one is looking south from a point on the Southern Upland Way at Killearn. Now this one is 1.1 kilometres away from the site. All the viewpoints I've displayed in the same way. So we have the slide similar to this, and then 2 more slides afterwards. So the slide that comes next has a photograph at the top and a wire line underneath it. So the photograph at the top is the existing views of the landscape, and the wire line underneath includes all current developments that are visible in the landscape with the proposal in the wire line. And then the third slide for each of the viewpoints is a photograph of everything in the landscape, proposed and existing. I will caveat them by saying the slides are best viewed in either hard copy form or on a screen. They sometimes don't reproduce terribly well in the pack slides. So as I mentioned, the first viewpoint is from Killarn, so just over a kilometre away to the north. And as you can see, there is no turbines in the landscape from this. Now, this illustrates the view from this. This is the closest visual receptor to the wind farm, and Killarn is an abandoned farmstead. So, if you can see the wire line underneath, yeah, it's better on that one. So the proposed development is in the middle of the wire line, and then you can see the northernmost turbine in the middle, plus two of the other ones as well. So the second viewpoint is from Balmurray Fell. Now, this one is located to the northeast, and is where are we? Okay, so what you can see in the landscape there, in the baseline, Glen Chamber Wind Farm is prominent, and Cuscreagh Wind Farm is in the background. To the left, probably better shown in the wire line, and you can see the proposal on the right, just beyond the two existing turbines for Glen Chamber, and that's the proposed view for that one. Now, the viewpoint at Cairnagath, so this is also on the Southern Upland Way, from a point adjacent to Balmurray and Artfield Fell wind farms. Now, this is at a distance of 5.3 kilometres from the application site. So you can see the existing turbines at Balmurray are prominent on the left. Glen Chamber and Cuscreagh are further back in the middle ground, with the proposed development in the centre. And again, that's the proposed view with everything inside of that one. The next one is from the A75 at Glenluce. So that will illustrate views experienced by residents of the village as well as road users on the A75. So that one is just 4.5 kilometres to the south. And again, you can see the existing, where are we? Artfield and Cuscreagh are visible left of centre, with the proposed development in the centre of the wire lines, and this is it in the landscape. Now, the one that we have next at Knockfell, so this is 7.5 kilometres from the application site. Now, this one, Knockfell is a prominent hill in the Machars Peninsula, so this illustrates a view of what sort of hill walkers would see from that particular point. Now, when we move on to the next couple of slides, this one illustrates the spread of wind energy developments on the Wigtonshire Moors. So you can see probably better illustrated in the wire line. So from the left, we've got Glen App, and then developments going through the middle ground, Stranach, Cuscreagh, Aracleach, Glen Chamber, Balmurray, Kilgalleach and Aries on the right, and the proposed development again is shown in the wire line, and this one shows the spread of development across there, so fairly significant amounts in the landscape in this part of the region. Finally, viewpoint, this was actually viewpoint 12, but this is viewpoint number 6 for the purposes of today, and this is Diddles Hill. So that illustrates view from the northwest, and this is just over 10 kilometres away. So the development is pretty much on the horizon. So Kilgalleach Wind Farm is on the left, and through this we go through Aries, Artfield, the Artfield cluster and Glen Chamber, with again the proposed development being in the centre of the wire line. And the final slide that we have there, illustrating the developments in the distance. So following an assessment of the proposal, it's considered on balance that there are no fundamental policy objections to the proposal, and for the reasons outlined in the report, it's recommended that the application is approved, subject to conditions and a legal agreement to provide a restoration bond and to allow for road repairs if required during construction and operation. And as ever, I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for our case officer from members? Looks like a good day for you too, Chris. David?
Yes. Just make a note of something. I see aviation. I used to work in the aviation business, and it was mainly helicopter, but I see it's just slightly below 150 metres. I assume but that's not a lot when you're flying, I must admit. Anyway, it's just a comment I'd like to make, okay?
That's why the applications come in at 149.5 metres. It's no a coincidence. Tony?
Thank you, Chair. Case officers mentioned that carriageway repairs due to damage. I think if we've ever seen any of these vehicles and turbines, components being moved, and knowing the area and knowing that it is fairly boggy, the road repairs, will they be done to a higher standard than when they were damaged, because already a lot of the surfaces and the substrata have moved as a result of just geological movement? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. What our staff do, and it's no anything Chris can condition, what our road staff do is they go with the applicant and take a video of the condition of the road prior to the commencement of the work. They take a video at the end of the work, and then hopefully collectively agree what responsibility sits with the wind farm developer or the contractor, but it is done professionally by our roads team, and it's not something that Chris usually conditions.
No, the chair is correct, yes.
Thanks, Chris. If there are no other questions, no other observations, thanks for coming up, Chris. Thanks for your presentation. Tracy, confirm the decision of the committee, please.
So members have approved the application subject to the successful completion of the Section 79 planning obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision, or such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you. Last item today, members, agenda item 13, an application for external alterations including installation of replacement wall and roof cladding, formation of new retaining wall and associated works at Commerce Road Depot, Commerce Road Stranraer. Full application, reference number 22/1653/full. Recommendation approved, subject to conditions. And case officer is, or should be, Iona Brooke. Is Iona with us? Iona, if you're there, just hello, Iona. Just presentation whenever you're ready, please. You're on mute, Iona.
There you go. Is that better?
Well done.
Thank you. I shall keep this brief. I appreciate it's been a long day for you all. Under the scheme of delegation, the application is being brought before you today because the applicant is Dumfries and Galloway Council. The application relates to an industrial building within an established business and industrial estate, which is currently occupied by Dumfries and Galloway Council Services. If we can go on to the next slide, please. Permission is sought for the partial refurbishment of an existing shed on site. You will see there from the existing and elevations, the north elevation is the elevation which fronts the existing streetscape, and that elevation remains unchanged. It amounts to about a third of the actual shed on site at the moment, and it has recently been refurbished and will not be altered by this proposal. So it is the rear 2/3 of the building that the proposal relates to, and the proposed works include the installation of new wall and roof sheeting, rainwater goods and secondary steelwork externally. Internally, new facilities will be provided. If we can go on to the next slide, please. This just shows the proposed elevations affecting the rear of the building, with new apertures proposed to accommodate the new facilities internally. If we can go on to the next slide, please. This is the existing footprint. You can see the front third of the building will remain unchanged, and the rear of the building is currently quite open and used for storage. Next slide, please. Internally, you can see the remainder of the majority of the space will remain open, with new facilities concentrated on the southern gable of the building. Next slide, please. This is an image taken from Google Street View, standing on Commerce Road, looking towards the building on site. The building is clad in grey, and you can see there the yellow vehicular access for the workshop. Now that view will remain unchanged by the proposal. Next slide, please. So this is from the west elevation. You can see the grey cladding at the front of the building, which will remain unaltered, and it is the area which is almost pink in colour, which will be reclad. You can also see to the left of that screen, just below the grey cladded area, there is a porta-cabin. Now that porta-cabin, and if you can go on to the next slide, please, the porta-cabin which sits in the east elevation, they currently provide welfare facilities for the staff on site, and they will be removed once the development has been undertaken. So again, it's the pink area which would be reclad. Next slide, please. This is just another shot taken from the rear of the site. The existing footprint of the shed would not alter, neither would the existing parking or access arrangements. Next slide, please. This is just an existing shot of the internal layout. The development for the new facilities would sit beyond where the two vehicles are parked just now on the southern gable, and the facilities internally would include a new kitchen, new storage areas, offices and toilet shower facilities, a drying area and a canteen. That's all the pictures I have for you today, and officers are respectfully requested to approve the application. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Iona. Thanks for the presentation. Members, any questions for our case officer, David Slater, please?
Just an observation. Could that be, the size of that roof, could that be thought of when it's been reclad? Maybe have solar panels on it. It's a possibility to save energy and bring our carbon footprint down. Just a thought, you know, just a question of thought. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David. The application or introduction of solar panels on council buildings is something that's been taken forward by the council in a different forum or a different department. It's not ours. But yes, your suggestion is well noted. Members, it's clear that we support the alternative means of energy generation, and that's been taken forward in a different department. So no other questions. Members, were in session. Agree the recommendation as set out by our case officer?
Yes, I recommend.
Agreed. Iona, nice to see you. Thanks for being here today. That application has been approved. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Application has been approved subject to the condition in the report.
Thank you. Thanks, members. Thanks, officers. I have no further business for today. Nice to see you. Thanks again. I'll see you next month. Bye-bye.